Alright, now we're streaming. Is it everything you always wanted it to be, Bro?
It is.
Excellent. Greetings and salutations, dear viewers. It's time once again for Samius has got a migraine and feels real bad. Videos. But we're going to fake it because Tabrell's here to bring personality and excitement to the stream.
Oh, hi!
Alright, well, I guess there's no personality or excitement with today's stream. I apologize.
Please!
I thought Tabrell might be able to have
Rescue
personality,
me.
but that was a terrible mistake. Alright.
This is where you messed up.
Yeah, probably. Alright, let's figure out where we're at. Oh, we were working on Thrinl videos last time, weren't we? Yeah. Okay, that's fair. We can finish Thrinls.
Oh, back in the day, Thrill wasn't much different.
It's true. It's true.
Pain and suffering.
You save that stuff for when I'm actually doing the Thrinls East. Which is where I'm heading now, so... Soon you may bellyache.
Soon to you.
Yes, soon TM. Rolled really poorly on our roll today. Very disappointed. Rolled like an 11.
Doesn't sound very good.
Well, on 1 to 100, it seems pretty poor, doesn't it? Like 1 to infinite doesn't sound that bad. It's like out of all those numbers, I got an 11. It's pretty good, but 1 to 10 or 1 to 11, that's pretty. 1 to 100, that's pretty low. Pretty low indeed. Oh, we had 19 minutes. We probably could have waited. Giddy up! Alright, so Thrinls East. I think we could probably get away with fire. Oh, there's some fire methods, but not a lot. Yeah, maybe. So the reason we like fire, for those of you who are wondering, is the Blight Inferno. Blight Inferno increases our combustion spell power from like 85 to 175, and that's a big difference when you're talking about powering up a D6. I think we'll try it like this. Alright, let us have relations with this chicken. Before I get started, hey Amroth the Grey, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is for you. Hope you're having a good day. Said I personally got I couldn't sleep last night, my head was bothering me, I got something wrong in the back of my throat. It's been bothering me real bad. That's part of the reason my voice keeps turning to shit lately. So I didn't feel like recording anything anyway. Plus I didn't feel like trying to talk. So I just sat here last night and drank. So my teacup, which is 8 cups of volume of liquid, I drank 3 of those of hot water last night. So, what is that? 24 cups of hot water from the time I ended the stream until 6 o'clock this morning.
This is a math quiz now?
Well, I mean, 8 times 3.
Ooh, I don't.
That's 24. This is pretty easy.
Yeah, I don't know about this whole math deal. Seems a little extreme.
So I tried my absolute best to get my throat to relax, to feel like I could sleep, and man, it was a long night. Then I crashed out around, like I said, around 6 until noon. I got up, kind of stumbled around for a few minutes, and
Hold
immediately
on.
fell
I'm
back
still
to
doing
sleep.
that math.
Still doing the math? Okay.
Still doing that math.
Well, 8 plus 8 is 16. 16 plus 8 is 24.
No, the sleeping math.
The sleeping math. That would have been 6 hours of sleep-ish, which would have been enough. But my migraine did not go away, so it was that place where it was like, F you, you're going to sleep. Love it when pain is like that degree. So pain on a scale. If your pain is like, hey, it hurts bad enough that you don't want to be awake for this, that's the best way to have pain, because then you just wake up. That usually means your pain is gone or increased. One of the two. There's no variation. But yeah, it was a long day. Long day of pain-filled sleeps. Yeah.
No bueno?
No bueno. On the plus side, that means I only ate once so far today.
Hey.
Like an hour ago. Which means I will probably eat something else later because I'll be starving.
So, man flesh.
Man flesh, delicious.
Keto, right?
I suppose if you can eat the fatty parts. Although, I mean, yeah, I guess. Like I said, remember, in keto, the real secret is to get to like 70% of your calories from fats.
Well, I'm guessing the upstairs neighbor is probably pretty chubby, based on how he's been depicted by the maintenance dude that came through today.
So you just want to eat the upstairs guy?
I mean,
that
if
sounds
somebody
like a
came by
relationship in the making, my friend.
and ate him, so that then a neighbor who was not, swimming in the apartment above me, that'd be okay.
You know, it's probably almost as big an inconvenience for him as it is for you, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't care.
He doesn't care that it's an inconvenience for him, or it's an inconvenience for you?
Yes.
Well, would you care that it's an inconvenience for him if it bothered you?
I attempt to be courteous of my neighbors. Like, I attempt to not, drill holes or make loud noises. Late at night, sometimes, like at 3 in the morning when I'm up, I'm like, I want to hang some paintings. No, I don't make a bunch of noise then. I also don't flood my entire apartment knowing that it's going to, or not knowing, that it's going to drip down into the below apartment.
Maybe he just assumed that he had everything pool tight and he was just going to split splash. You don't know his life. Maybe he identifies as a dolphin or something.
I don't know.
Are you judging his life?
I am. I'm saying he's a failure.
Oh my gosh. You're putting a lot of labels on him.
Just one label.
No, that's a lot of labels. It's a lot of labels in one.
I think it's like just one big label.
It is, but there's a lot of subcategories of failure.
Oh, he's all kinds of failure.
Okay. Well, Rhett was nice enough to lurk the stream today, so that's awesome. Appreciate that.
Hey.
All right, let's get started, shall we? Should we do some experience?
I'm watching your stream.
Before we scare all the viewer away.
I'm not actually watching your stream. I just have it up and running while I cook.
Oh, well, that's nice of you. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Greetings and salutations, everyone. It is time for the road most traveled once again. We are on our way through the Thrinal chain. And we're going to do, as Tobrel would call it, the pain side of Thrinal. Thrinal East. A.k.a. the coil side. Good, now you can put all your negatives in there, Tobrel.
No, sir, I don't like it.
Okay. So Tabrel still has the OG Thrinol stuck in his head, which is, to be fair, OG Thrinol was real bad.
Super bad.
Particularly the in-fight, or the in-quest. It's still a little longer than it needs to be, for sure. They could put a bell or something in there.
It's about 10 minutes too long.
It is about 10 minutes for the experience, right? If the quest was, say, 1,500 experience points per minute, even if the quest was 15 minutes long, which it is, it would be worth doing, sort of.
Oh, sorry. It's about 15 minutes too long.
There you go. So the challenge is that this is another 15-minute timed quest, which is just horrible. Just horrible.
Again, no sir. I don't like. Do not want.
At everything, do you think of the new one? Man, some of these questions coming from chat today do not make any sense.
Only asking for comparisons to the original, where you couldn't knock out Coil.
Oh.
Where Coil could still die. Where Coil would do his best to engage the enemy with his 6.5 hit points.
Non-stop.
Also, in the way back when. So the way back when, so DDO Classic.
DDO Classic.
You also, so DRs mattered a little bit more. We didn't do as much damage, like nowhere close to as much damage. So, like the golem, or the golems? Iron golems?
Yeah, iron golems.
Required an adamantine weapon, or just dealing an absurd amount of damage. There was a feat choice that was not as popular back then called Power Attack. With Power Attack and a two-hander, you could actually break their DR without an adamantine weapon. So there was a time where I found myself in that quest in the OG land, and I was the only person that could damage those things because of Power Attack.
I do love how every time you tell this story it's a different quest, but it's the same monsters.
Well, it also applies to, applies somewhat to Tempest Spine as well.
It does. Alright, so...
Tempest Spine, we all brought our adamantine +5 weapons from this chain.
So real quick on a side note here, when you go into part 2, you want to have your Death Ward running. These are Death Priests, and they will cast Destruction, they will cast neg level-y things. I don't run around a whole lot with... I don't worry about it too much, but you do want to worry about it now. Alright, so the secret to doing this quest is kind of like on the other side. Both of these quests have a similar theme of you have to clear and then drag some NPC along with you. So I like to, especially with Didor, this is going to be a lot easier, at least for the first little bit. Since we're not going to spend nearly as much time running we can clear a little bit deeper than previous. I like to take the first tunnel. I know some people like to take the second tunnel. Whatever it is, if you're in a group, be sure that you communicate with the group which tunnel you're going to be taking.
I like the AFK roll.
You do like the AFK roll. Alright, and guys do spawn back at the front. I think it's timed. I don't know exactly. Let's get underway. Let's get underway. Let's get underway. And then, as usual, we'll take Coil, put our NPC on guarded mode. And we'll just shoot down here as quick as we can. Trying to use our... Oh, she's on locked mode again. She should be zerging this way pretty quickly. Yeah, there she goes. So I like to pull them up to this first chamber. somewhere in this ballpark, and just know that you can't go further back here again. So then we tell everybody to stay on the ground. Stay on the ground. Again, if you have a second person with you, it makes it much easier. Much easier, much quicker, more better. Thrackhounds. A lot of people will know that I love Thrackhounds probably the least in Dungeons and Dragons Online.
That's because you don't like things with 4 legs.
No, I just think Thrackhounds are like... They're like Superman of monsters. They have every random power for no reason. And it makes no sense.
Oh, they're creatures of madness.
That's what I'm saying. They make no sense. Alright.
Madness! That makes sense. Madness.
No, they make no sense. Again, like the Darth Vader filling up his Brita pitcher in the ocean. This picture makes no sense.
He was thirsty, man.
He was thirsty.
Look, when you're running around killing a Jedi, you have to stay hydrated. It's very simple.
I suppose that's true.
I mean, what's he supposed to do? Not get a drink of water?
I mean... Maybe you have a droid bring you a bottle of water?
Look, okay? Leaders eat last. He's obviously collecting some water for his stormtroopers.
Maybe.
1 glass at a time.
1 glass at a time.
We've proven that he's not good at things, except for fighting. That's like the only thing he does well. Everything else, and then marginal.
Speaking of things that are not done well, if you'd like to get this additional experience points right here for escorting everybody else who's not Coil, put Coil back here a little ways. And I'm not even going to guarantee this will work this time. But if you can get these 2 guys to walk all the way up here. See, one of them did, but the other one hasn't. Let's get underway, guy. Come on. Ah, we did it. But if Coil crosses the threshold first, then they'll just stand still and they'll be like, "Yep, we're done. We've done here. We did it." You're like, "No, your job is to walk literally 2 more steps forward." Nope, we succeeded. So if you want that extra 800 experience points, take a second, knock it out. Also, I still think you can fail if Coil dies now. So you gotta be careful. Even though we have passed.
And that's just like extra experience, like if he lives now.
Well, this is quest
that
2.
Quest.
This is
Okay,
quest 2.
Yeah.
Quest 3 is a little bit different. Because they realized that Coil was programmed with a little bit of suicide in him. He's definitely... I don't know. I want to make a millennial jokes right here so bad, but I feel like...
Coil is programmed with the suicidal tendencies of a day trader on Black Friday.
There you go. That's better. Because I'm like, it's not fair to millennials to compare them to Coil. Although,
You realize millennials are all like 30s and
yeah,
jobs.
that's what I'm
and
saying.
stuff.
Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. But it's not that. It's not that millennials are little kids. It's just that.
And you're like 5 years older than a millennial.
Technically true. And if you think about it, I'm the depressed guy with medical conditions that can't accurately be treated. That's job is to play video games online. So how about that? No, I'm just trying to I don't know. Never mind.
So Thrinnell was a fun quest.
Living with the sadness of their time. That's what I'm trying to say about the about millennials. It's a good one. Good one to slam in here in the permanent tutorial video. That's what you get though when you record live on your twitch.tv/SamusGarobo channel. The sweet tutorials. Which lever did I miss?
Somebody joined.
Yeah, I'm back for the shortest of time. I didn't realize you guys were talking about something.
Yep, talking about Dungeons and Dragons Online. I missed this one. I know I clicked it though. It's not a finished animation. All right.
I can jump out for a bit if you like.
So
I don't know if we finished talking about all your stuff we were going on about.
Yeah. Let me jump down for just a little bit, and then I'll come back to complain about Thrinnell and Coil.
okay.
Go get him.
Oh, it'll be fine. All right. So there's 2 branches. Obviously, once you drag Coil to the front of the quest, there's a lever in the end of each side. There's a shrine on each side. I believe there's a bonus chest on each side. It's pretty much straightforward. The biggest hurdle, of course, is that you have to do a lot of running around in big circles for no reason. It's the biggest issue with this quest. And it looks like we're at about 9 minutes, at least since we drank our potion here. And we do have one more side to do, but we're not too far away from finishing things up here. A few more monsters to knock out and a couple more levers to pull.
The creature at the end of the hall guards its ground warily.
Okay, so we have some shenanigans here. Let's actually throw a firewall. Focus on the Plague Reaper. Man, dude. There we go. Here's that Plague Reaper down. That spider's a bit of a bear, huh? Okay, and then once again we're just gonna knock out Death Priest. Wait till the Carnage Reaper is actually in threat range, and then we'll deal with it. Because these guys can hit us from a distance. Carnage Reapers cannot. That was weird. Over here, sick collectibles. The world's worst monster. Look at that! Look at that! Crackhounds don't need that kind of random power. Kidding, what was that? That was 2 shots for one was 130 each. Yeah, it's not necessary at all. All right, so let's have a quick talk about some of these levers. Now, this lever right here is honestly not necessary unless you need to shrine. Okay, that lever opens the shrine door underneath it. But a lot of people just like autopilot themselves up there. Again, it's not necessary if you don't need to shrine. We of course try to show you all the options here. The lever under the water opens up this door that heads off to that optional treasure chest we were talking about. So down here, hit that lever, and then we ladder bug to get out of the water. And there'll be There'll be like an iron golem. There might be a flesh render down here as well. Nope. A couple of bonus chests. And then the real way to go. There's a gargoyle. That's what it was, maybe. Maybe the gargoyle came up following the hireling. I'm not sure. And then the real carry-on portion with the quest. You don't need to pull any levers. You don't need to do anything weird. You just walk right over to it. So we got a Reaper of some sort over here to deal with. And you have 2 clay golems, and each one of those guard a lever. You don't have to defeat the clay golems to pull the levers. Just makes it easier. I don't know where my hireling's at and why she couldn't pull that lever. That opens another door. Then there'll be a lever at the end of this hallway that we have to pull. You pull the lever so I can loot the collectibles.
An ear-splitting crack shatters the air, followed by the rattling of rusty chains. Coil shouts,
Alright.
That's done it. Doors open.
Doors open. Thank you, Coil. Guess what, you guys? There might be a fire reaver in the library. We're just cutting around, so we hopefully don't have to deal with the fire reaper in there. Or the render in there. And then we'll switch to ice to deal with the fire render. Reaper render. Whatever. Like I mentioned before, there's the shrine for this side. They're like little offshoots and they're mirrored from each other. So like that one's here and that one's here. Mirrored-ish anyway. Now this one actually is a lot of experience. 15 minutes for 24,000. You can speed that up again significantly if you can split into 2 teams. So that one is another one that I enjoy doing. 1 and 2 on this side I think are actually pretty strong for the time investment, but they're not. He gave us another healing potion, but it's not. This is such a disadvantage that you work out behind. Alright, so I'm not going to worry about protecting well, I guess we'll try a little bit here. It won't matter in the long run, but we can at least do a couple things for Coil. So we'll actually take and put both of our NPCs on attack mode to protect Coil. And again, it probably won't matter. Coil will probably get knocked out or murdered, but I'm not that worried about it. Keeping Coil alive used to be the primary quest objective. Now, thankfully, it's not any longer. Especially with the advent of champions. A couple of these champions hit Coil, and he basically goes down. Now, there is a... he's already down. You can talk to him and knock him out, which basically makes him lay down on the ground. Man, that one fire method is just... I think there is something blocking my shots there. NPC down. So here is another advantage of this quest. Okay, because it is timed. That means that defeating the monsters and doing all the things are not part of the quest. So if you wanted to, I'm not recommending this because there's an awful lot of monsters to deal with. But if you wanted to, you could actually just AFK and come back in 15 minutes. And you really just have to defeat this guy when he falls down. So I do know some people who will do that. They'll just find some place that they like to stand. They'll AFK near the shrine. They'll shrine, they'll heal up, and then they'll unleash everything they have on this NP on Baleful or whatever when he jumps down, and then they'll just release out of the quest when he's knocked down and you finish the quest. Again, I don't recommend it because the quest will definitely red alert at that point, and even coming back to life long enough to re-heal to survive can be a real challenge. Hey Kid Quinn, how you doing? We are graced by the furry presence of one Quinn tonight. Boink. But yeah, back in the day, losing Koi like that would have been a fail. So one of the tricks that I used to use was to not even worry about getting experience for this quest and summoning, getting somebody to come into the quest that's like super high level with me. And just doing it on like normal or casual or something, and then they could leave afterwards. It wouldn't matter, just so it would not break my streak back before you could pause your streak. And then of course now that the streaks don't really matter, it would keep your streak in place. Now it's just a matter of standing in this quest and killing monsters for 15 minutes for 8,000 experience points, I guess. Again, it's pretty long. So the quest is, like, right about now is where I'd want this quest to be over. Like, we've experienced everything. Or to, like, have a way to take time off of the clock would also be acceptable. So now we gotta rebuff. We've been in here so long that a bunch of our buffs have worn off. But we've tackled all the challenges for the quest, and now we just have to wait. Are you okay? I feel like the answer is no. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna check on Quinn really quick. Oh yes, I better finish this fight or we're gonna be dead when I come back. Plague Reaper's doing Plague Reaper things. Alright. You okay? Alright, good. I guess she was always fine. But now I moved my old man blankie. Tell you, way back, this is one of the first quests I actually did with Mahmood over here on the Solona server. Don't know what the level cap was at the time, but Tobrel, myself, and I don't know, at least one other person was we had tried to do this quest on Elite several times, and we just didn't have the manpower at the time to keep Coil alive, and we ended up putting up an LFM, and Mahmood joined, and like I said, I feel like there was somebody else too, but I don't remember at the time, or remember who. And Mahmood was on his classic cleric action, and he goes, I'll join you, but it's going to cost you guys 1 mana potion per person. I remember at the time thinking, what? That's crazy. But we really were struggling. And so we gave him the 3 mana potions. Again, back in the day, mana potions used to be like the bribery currency of the ages. And what he did was basically he would run around here at this intersection, at every intersection here in the middle, and he just blade barriered non-stop around this barrier. So when the monster came in, they had to go through his blade barriers to enter the area. And ended up using all of those potions to do the quest. I remember feeling like an absolutely insane, keeping 4 blade barriers going for 15 minutes straight. It was a pretty mana intensive way to do the quest. NPC is just getting wrecked. Getting Mephits and Thrackhounds. They do a lot. They're very glass cannony. Alright, we have a couple more big waves here. Yeah, I think they could cut this quest in half. They could even increase the number of monsters spawned per thing if they wanted to. But reduce the time. Because almost half of this video is going to be running around here with Coil, knocked unconscious, having a siesta. But also remember, like we talked about before, this quest did technically step up on us. So it's technically 12 on Reaper 1, which is normally what we like to do. We like to do the quests at whatever level they are on Reaper. So if we're 10, we want to do a quest at 10 on Reaper. But because the way that the Thrinal chains are set up, we have to be careful with when we enter quests. Alright, I don't think we have any more monsters until these guys start to jump down. So there's like... I could be wrong though, there could be one more wave. But we'll get like an Ice Reaver and then like another Fire Reaver or something, and then the big boss will actually jump down. Yeah, looks like we have one more wave of gargoyles. Oh, and another wave of Thrackhounds too. Wow. Okay. The other trick to keep in mind is even though we're going to have to stay in here for 15 minutes, it doesn't mean we're not going to get our treasure chest before then. We can start recalling before then. There's the Fire Reaver. So then the Ice Reaver will be next here. Back. So what I mean by that is this guy will jump down in a second. We'll knock him out. When he gets knocked out, the treasure chest will spawn. We'll loot our treasure chest, and then about 8-ish seconds left on the clock, we'll start our recall. Oh, I suppose this is a good time to mention that if you were to D-door, just reappear at the beginning of the quest, or the middle of the quest, because so it's not like you can D-door to someplace smart or wise or whatever. Okay, so here's our chest. We're at 19 seconds. Get our recall button. Alright, 8 seconds left. We probably could have started at 10 seconds, but I like to err on the side of caution. Boop. Alright, so there is Thrinal East. Join us next time. We'll knock out Thrinal South. Let's probably just grab our treasure right here, then start the next one in a second. Alright everyone, thanks for watching and being part of this video. As always, if you enjoyed it, please hit the like and subscribe, follow buttons, etc., the bell for notifications. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a great day. Toodles. Just looking at the details to see if it has a time. Alright, so that took 34 minutes to go through Thrinal East. Thrinal West took 41 minutes. So it's actually quicker to do East, but didn't feel like it. I guess because the other quest is paced differently, that you continue to move forward, and so it feels better. Apologize. Like I said, that there's something in the back of my throat. If I wasn't on this diet that had like 0 sugar in it, I would try having some cough drops and see if that would help clear that out back there. Like last time I was having it really bad. I take a bunch of these Halls cough drops, and it helped. Alright, let's get started. Greetings and salutations, everyone. It is time for the road most traveled, Thrinal South. We're going to start here by clicking on South. Is there more to do here? Why, yes, there is. I'll go talk to that person right away. Then we remember that we can't actually get on our horse as long as our rune arm is turned on to automatically go. And we'll ride, pony ride. Ride, pony ride. Alright, so we got 15 minutes of buffs. That's not going to be enough to do the whole chain. Not by a long shot, but might be able to get this first one done. And then we'll just have to deal. Alright, so the missing exposition, level 11. And on Reaper.
Someone has
now
managed to clear a way forward through the cave in here.
This quest aggravatingly has a couple of things missing from its quest requirements up here. That doesn't mean you can skip them. It just means that you have to know what they are to do them. So specifically, this one requires you to kill the cave beholder. So I like to kind of work my way
Sounds of heavy wings
towards the path that I remember the cave beholder being. This is what I want that turned on magically. This is not it. The cave beholder goes up. The major advantage of this is that once you kind of learn your path, you can do an awful lot, or you can really kind of get the hang of this quest. So up around, don't forget, there's like thrak hounds and stuff in these little cubbies up above. More important in the hardcore server than on the live server. You probably have death block on all the time here, but here's that cable holder. If you can, I recommend clearing things out from far, far away. But if not, obviously do what you have to. Okay, so now we have to gain access to the runes. Which generally involves finding a key, unless you have the ability to pick locks. Let's see if I'm going the right way. I'm pretty sure I am. Okay, that's the other down hole. The Plague Reapers have actually been the challenge today. Alright. Real quickly, the hole, if you look over and you see the gate, you know that one is got spike traps. If you have Featherfall, you can obviously jump down to avoid those from above, but a good rule of thumb for this quest is to just always jump to the side, so if there were to be pit traps or traps there, you would avoid it. I don't think I ran the right direction. We want to be going south. Go back here for a second. Back to the cave beholder. Intersection. Alright, the cable holder intersection is right here. So maybe it's more this way? I don't think so. This leads you around the wrong direction. This is another map that, or another quest that has 2 levels to it. And it took them a long time to kind of get the technology the way we want to be able to go up and down like this. Yeah, okay, this might be the right way. Yeah, that was the right way. And then we go around this corner. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear this, then I'll detour back and I'll walk through it for everyone to kind of get a better idea. Sometimes it takes me a time or two to make sure that I find all the things. Now if you run around through here, you'll find a chest with a key in it. I believe it's a silver key. So let's detour back and come in from the beginning and kind of line out this path. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump over to the right. Do the things. Again, this is if you have the ability to open locks. Again, the knock spell, open locks, there's some wands. I believe there are scrolls. You can get the chimes of opening from daily dice rolls. You can get them out of the store, etc. Lots of ways to open locks in DDO. We're just going to keep following that main path that we were on. Taking the rights. I think there's anything for that direction. No. Keep going right when we're forced to turn until we get here. I can't give you a good explanation of how to identify it. I guess like this big rock and that big rock together, maybe. I don't know. But you want to hook a left back around the corner. And then you want to be really careful of this intersection. It's got 2 Thrackhounds in it and a couple of... when you guys just watch that fight, it is a relatively tough fight, all things considered. And then you go down this hole. And there's our locked door. Now this path never changes. See, it's locked.
Ancient ruins
I'm just going to unlock it. There is a key. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's a silver key, and you can fiddle with that if you'd like. There's actually been lots of lives that I really struggled with this particular fight. These black puddings, they split really easy. I don't think they take fire damage, right? And apparently today is Famine Reaper Day. So I've really had this fight like make a lot of champs and split oozes a bunch. It was really inconvenient. Once you get down into the runes, these squares have traps that pop out of them. And then around the corner there are more Thrackhounds. So until you get the traps disarmed, you wanna have some caution. We're gonna summon our hirelings. Should be some methods or something here. Gargoyles maybe. Some sort of winged monster. You just want to have extra caution to make sure that your attacks are careful. Alright, so he's not going to pull that lever. Somebody pull that lever. Yeah, I don't know why this guy like refuses to interact with things. Down here, you'll notice there's an ooze. But also, there are 3 fire or ice renders down there. So what I like to do, I like to order an NPC to go down there and fight. Because the ice renders are the dangerous things. Then you can poof your hireling back here. But that way you can get a few bonus shots on them before they come at you. Out of range. I don't know what I was clicking on then. And that's similar for both go-throughs, both fights. This is a cute part of the quest here. If you're fast and you have, say, like Featherfall or Abundant Leap or something, you can jump over here. But those chests aren't real. This is where you make an After Dark joke, but we're not gonna. Use my rune arm as much as possible. The rune arm doesn't split those oozes as much. And then there's the scroll of the Black Moon that we're actually here to get.
The nearby corpses appear to be
Again,
those of the
appears
missing
later.
Naiad party.
Another quirk of this quest is that these collectibles are the first come, first served. They're not per person. So if you, like me, are collectible junkies, you should definitely pick those up first. Definitely pick those up first. Alright, we have 4 minutes left on our quest. We may have to find a shrine and prepare resist energy for our 20 energy resistance. Perhaps. Alright. While we're waiting for the loading screen of Doom here. Man, may have to pause and restart the client. It's gonna be one of those days. Alright, let's go. Oh boy. You know, there's like a trick that you can see if you fail to recover from a teleport. I wonder if it's on the wiki. I'm sure it is. That's not how you spell DDO. Go. See if we can just tell us what's up. See if we can. Alright, so you can do a /log out. See where it says we are. So we're still inside the quest. Let's just log out. Because we can't recall. We may have to just /quit. Okay, let's try /quit here. We'll get back in as quickly as we can. Can't help the occasional loading bug or teleport bug. And that's basically what that is, by the way, is that they're trying to move your character from A to B, which is essentially a teleport issue. And personally, I still feel like there's probably a bug in that handler that actually does the moving from zones to zones. And we failed to start. Let's try one more time. Might have to see if I can figure out how to edit the videos here on YouTube. Use the YouTube editor video and try to cut that out. Wow, it threw us pretty far back, didn't it? Alright, were we gone long enough that it got rid of our bolts? No. Okay, that's fine. We can deal. We can deal with this. Back to Thrinil. We did lose our hireling, though, which is kind of unfortunate. But we have an Ellery, so probably be okay. Make sure we didn't die, so we should still have our Kujal. When we lose our Kujal, I will be deeply disappointed. Remember, we got that in Ghost of a Chance. It drops to the ground upon death. Alright. Now, this one is actually the longest and most difficult and hardest part of the chain, in my opinion. And the one you're most likely to die in, which is why not having our hireling for this one is going to be a problem, as well as not having our full resistances. But, you know what? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. So once again, we're basically going to just work our way. Oh, we haven't activated one of these. Let's go ahead and just do the fire setup for now. I think most of this stuff should take fire damage, at least at first. Again, we're going to go to the straight line through. We don't need the key because we have the ability to open locks. If you don't have the ability to open locks, you might have to dance around or again find one of the numerous ways to open locks. But I personally tend to build in such a way that I have access to open locks. It's just like a Samus habit, I guess. Oh, and there's the chest even, so we don't have to play open lock game. Yep, silver key. Yoink. So again, the most difficult part of that quest is going to round the corner here in a second. And it's going to be that ambush up here. I shouldn't say the most difficult part of this one. But it is going to be a very complicated and challenging part of the quest. So might as well get all the bells and whistles out. Be careful with no heal bot to protect us.
The caverns end here at this gate. Ancient ruins lie beyond.
They're both champs. They're both champs. It doesn't matter which one gets split. They're both equally likely to be a pain in our tushy. Alright, again, the trap box. Don't forget. Alright, let's go back to fire mode here for the Thrack Hounds. And the gargoyles. Unfortunately, not Disney's gargoyles. These guys are not cool. If you can detect your doors, you don't have to go back there. But of course, now I don't have a hireling to rush down there to get that initial aggro. We have to be kind of fortunate that they see us and they don't ice the steps. Since we don't have a freedom movement booty on or anything like that, slipping and sliding is a real concern. We could have augmented our gear to have some freedom movement action, but it doesn't matter too much generally. It's just certain places, like where you're on a big ramp and they cast multiple slippery spells into exploding ice shards. Then it matters. The rest of the time, not that big of a deal. Oh no, we do still have to pull these levers, don't we? I really like the electric loop on this kind of build, just to range stun something, maybe a couple of somethings.
Something feels wrong here.
You know, we're just playing with a little extra caution because of the no big boy hireling. Again, same scenario. These two chests are collectible hooks are first come first serve. In this shrine, there's a chest. Usually like to pick up stuff like that before I carry on with the quest, just in case something goes horribly wrong. Should probably buff before I started this fight. Apparently I have a uncle on my, I guess stepfather, I don't know, stepfather's side who's in the hospital. So if you're hearing a bunch of chirp, 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 chirp on my phone, that's what's going on. We're having some family hospital updates. I don't even know if I've ever met him, so I'm not as tore up about it as like some other family who grew up with him. I'm sure I met him. I'm sure I met him at the wedding, but. So I'm not as on bated breath as the rest of my family, but they have it in a big family text message chain. So again, if it's troublesome, I apologize. Try to make it a little more quiet. Again, ranged tends to be superior in this kind of quest where you're fighting beholders and other nonsense. Always remember these big square things can be trapped. In fact, I think in this quest chain they always are. Hey, Godman, welcome to the stream. Little G, Godman. Just recording some videos for my tutorial series on Thrinal Chain. If you have any questions, comments, or anything you'd like to add, we're currently doing Thrinal South. We're on quest 2 of the 3 on the Thrinal South side. Let me change that. I think just let me change this. Firewall in the doorway there. What's the best way to get a health potion? Well, there's vendors all over the place, but I'd recommend going to a vendor, say like in House Jarasco, and buying the potions from there. This way they're not bound to character. You can pass them around if you'd like, and you can, for my purposes, I like to put them into my shared banks, or guild banks, when I TR. Alright, we're not going to fight the Iron Golem yet. We're going to fight him last, essentially. And get all these things that do take fire damage first, and then we'll switch rune arms. But if you need a bigger potion, obviously you have to go through there's the control panel. Still new to the game? Yeah, sweet. Well, I'm here to help. So that's you can get some potions in the marketplace. but they don't get these cure serious. And if you have like a big guild, like if you joined a guild, you can get guild potions. And House K, they're a little bit cheaper, but they are bound to characters. So if you decide to like TR or something and you can't share them with anybody, which I like to be able to share and move things into my my shared account. Welcome to the USS Fat Halfling. For those of you who don't know, that's a reference that I'm making to my bus that I'm in the process of converting into my tiny home. I'm going to call it the USS Fat Halfling. Alright, so, an important note about this particular area of the quest. Touching these ladders spawn bad men. Okay? So if you jump out of the water here, no additional spawns will occur. Okay, so you don't have to worry about extra killing of monsters. However, why is my rune arm taking so long to charge? So now my rune arm kill this guy for me. Apparently not. Apparently it's going to take too long. So what I'll do is I will demonstrate here. So when we climb... let's not do that one. Let's do this one. When we climb on this ladder... Okay, maybe it won't do it on that side yet. There. See, it spawned that earth elemental over here. And this fire reaver over here. No good reason to spawn that trash unless you just like having extra work to do. Alright, I'm going to back up just a little bit. Summon Ellery. Back here in this hallway. I don't think I ran past the the shrine not that far back there, but I think we'll just do this here. Ellery Shrine. Hey Legion. Welcome to the stream. Warblewin, you definitely don't want to touch the ladders. Ladders are bad. Well, Ellery Shrine back up here. That is a pretty reasonable amount of mana. Alright, so when we come back down here, there will be 2 elementals back here, which is part of the reason why we left Ellery where we did. Assuming that we don't need any healing. So let's pick up this guy. There will be one on the opposite side. Let's pick it up. Let's fight these guys inside of a firewall here. Alright, that's pretty good. Get some extra healing. I think we're okay for just a little bit longer here. Maybe not. Maybe we're just fooling ourselves. Alright, I think we're good. Summon Ellery. Have her kiss our boo-boos. Kiss our boo-boos. Unfortunately, oh. That's why I don't like Thrackhounds. Just undid all of our boo-boo kissing. We can also help ourselves a little bit with healing scrolls, but they're like 75 hit points right now. Ooh, 108, my bad. Must have rolled really well. On our get lucky roll. Alright. We got some black pudding. Looks like there's a Reaper over there. Go evil ghost shot. So there are ways to regenerate mana in Dungeons and Dragons Online. However, most of them are convoluted. So there are SP potions that you can drink that you can find or purchase out of the store. There are a couple of items that you can get that give you like little hits of mana back. In fact, one of them you can actually get extremely early in the game. At a Korthos village, there's a necklace that has 2 clickies of like minor mana recovery type thing. I forget exactly what it's called. And then, and a couple of the top level raids, they have items that give you back SP or mana. And then there's a couple of other items scattered throughout the game that you can click to get mana. But that is pretty... They're not like the most common items. What is more common is you'll get a hireling like what I have right here with Ellery, with a ability called Divine Vitality. And you can take it yourself as a cleric, but you can't use it on yourself. Somebody else has to use it on you. So it's not super taken anymore. It used to be taken a lot, but it's not so much anymore. And then there's one other way, depending on the mode of the game that you play. And I play on a setting called Reaper mode. And then in Reaper mode, sometimes monsters will die and turn into like a little glowy ball. And if you eat those, you'll get some mana back when you eat those. It is, in fact, a little bit harder for casters. So, like, here's one. So, if I eat this thing, I got 60 mana back. Now, the advantage is that casters actually have an awful... Before I get these earth elementals, before I forget. Oh, also, real fast, before I get down that tray... when you guys come out of the Killing the Beholder, don't fall down right away, because you'll land over here and you'll have to deal with stuff that spawns on that side. Just walk over and fall down further, so you just have to deal with the stuff that you already have to kind of deal with anyway. So again, to go back to the thing, casters have a lot of abilities now to give them either melee capabilities with the Eldritch Knight tree, or abilities to have low-level spell-like abilities that cost a lot less mana, but do have a really cool effect. Like this Necrotic Bolt costs 10 spell points, and it does a d6 plus 3 per caster level. So, like, that's a really efficient use of mana. There's a couple other ones out here. Like in the Archmage tree, you can get spells that cost basically nothing. So there are ways that low-level casters can kind of make their mana go further. But if you're all blasty, it can be quite tricky, yes. Alright, I need to line up for this other shot here.
The man across the bridge bears a striking resemblance to Coil. His face and demeanor, though, belong to a darker, grimmer man.
Okay. We told this guy to whatever it takes to get through the quest. Bam, done. That took us 21 minutes. That was actually a pretty quick one, actually. I don't think we could have shaved too much more time off of that. Alright, so this is the last one in the south, as well as the last one of the overall chain. There's a couple of fire giants in here, so we're going to stick to the not fire spell powers. Probably just go back to acid. And there's not enough guys in here unless there's reapers to worry about the reaper experience, but you have to kill all the guys. In fact, this quest, because it's so little and so quick, way back in the Wayback Machine, people would actually play Catch the Window, which is a way of doing the quest over and over and over again without having to do the prereqs. But it's not really the same value that it used to be now. So like it took us, even kind of like talking a little bit, it took us 51 seconds to do this quest for 1,000 experience. But that quest it falls down very quick now. So if we repeated this, we would not get 1,000 experience. We'd get like, I don't know, like 400. So it drops off really quickly. But way back when, it used to be pretty sweet to do that. Alright, so we've finished the Thrill South. We talked to and advanced our quest. So now let's go get our sweet end reward. Again, I've pre-planned I'm going to take a Mantle of the World Shaper, but I'm going to only do that specifically for a different goal. But there's an awful lot of interesting items that can come out. I've never actually gotten this sword before. Oh, I think I have to take this sword. I've never pulled one. I don't know if I would even use it, but I feel like if I don't take it now, in all my years of playing Dungeons & Dragons Online, I've never pulled this bloody sword. Damn it. Alright, I feel like I have to take this sword. It's because I had planned to take the other thing, right? So this Mantle of the World Shaper. It's always here. This isn't always drop. Gives Heroic Inspiration, aka 5% bonus to experience, regeneration, and it can absorb 5 spells. But it plus a Voice of the Master and I think 3 epic tokens can make a augment that gives you that 5% experience bonus all the time. But a lot of these other islands are actually kind of cool. They're not necessarily great, but they're kind of cool. And then you can also get what's known as a rat catcher. It doesn't look like I have one in here, but I do have one. It's my go-to weapon right now. This is about to get a slight nerf for those of you who are not keeping up with the forums. But instead of having a 17 to 20 times 3 critical profile on it, it'll be an 18 to 20 times 3 critical profile, which will still be very, very good. It'll just be a smidgen not as good as it used to be. Also, this recoil rune armor is very good. So, like, you have a lot of interesting items to choose from in here. These screaming amethyst arrows were some of the original returning arrows to the game. So, like, there's a little bit of history there. 50% likely for them to come back. But like I said, I got to take this bloody sword just so I can finally have pulled one. Alright. Also, there is a trick. Now, I don't do this very often, but if you leave all of this right where it's at, I believe what you can do is you can come over here and redo west and repeat south, I think. It's been a really long time since I have fiddled with it. So just keep in mind if you need to run through this again, I think you can avoid east by by some careful talking to NPCs. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to move on to our next quest chain. So again, thank you very much for watching this video. I hope you guys learned something. Please like the video. Don't forget, this series is recorded as part of my twitch.tv/SamusGarobo series. And if you would like to ask questions live, that's a great place to do it. Alright everyone, thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon. Toodles. Alright. Whew. Alright, let's take a closer look at your item regeneration, or your item regeneration problem. The other thing that I meant to mention to you, Rat Pie, if you're still there, is that when you are a spellcaster, one of the automatic feats that you get granted is this magical training feat. So when your mana goes like between 0 and 12, you'll recover hit points like 4 at a time up to 12. So you get a little bit extra regeneration there, but it stays at 12. Nartholept, welcome to the stream. How have you been? You're doing well. So we may have to do a little bit of editing on that video to cut out the stream acting up. Lock that bad boy down. Let's see why we're talking about it. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, over on my YouTube channel, I have a youtube.com/SamusGarobo, all one word. I have a playlist right here called DDO Quest Playthrough Guide. So what I'm trying to do is I'm recording a series of videos that currently follow this life and every quest that I'm doing through this life. I'm kind of breaking them up, either individual quests or in groups that make sense. So like here to later tonight, I'll upload a Thrinal Adventure area, and then a Thrinal West, a Thrinal East, and a Thrinal South series of quests. So if you need to, like, you're not sure how to do a quest, or you're not sure how to work through a chain, you can go back through this playlist and hopefully find them. And then when you click on an individual one, say like this one here that's labeled Harbor Part 2, if you click down in here and you show more, the quests covered are listed out here, and it should also be the order that they're in. So keep that in mind. If you have any questions or comments or anything, you can watch this video, you can leave a comment, and you can and I'll look at them and I'll try to reply, or you can just come here and I'll do my best to answer your questions. So that is not the button I meant to push. Let's take a look at what's next, like in the level 8-ish range, because we're currently level 10. Let's see how much ranks we have. 2 ranks. Okay, we have a rank and a third before we have to take our next level. I feel like we definitely need to do Vaughn flagging. We can do Spies in the House. That one's often one that people have trouble with. I'm not going to do this Slave Lords this go around. but we'll definitely do them next go around. We could do Faithful Departed. It's not a quest that I do every time, but I've done it several times in the last few lives, so I feel relatively confident on it. Does anyone happen to have a quest in particular that they would like to see covered? So we have all sorts of goodies to do the next couple of lives. This is one we'll probably save for absolute last, because I just don't know these very well. But we've got all these quests to muddle through next. All these ones that we skipped next life. So we have quite a few things to do next life that will be totally different. See, nobody's answering. So let's do... I feel like we have to do Vaughn 1 and 2. But that's not going to fill us up. So we do Vaughn 1 and 2, and then we do what? Like a Stormcleave? Let's do Stormcleave and Storvault's Mind and see how that kind of... what that does for us. And we can loop those two videos together in one quest chain. Feels reasonable to me. You hate beholders. Well, beholders probably hate you back, to be really fair. Let's actually go get a healer. Oh, why am I still showing the ugly white bar? My bad. Alright, level 10. Faden's been doing a good job. I think we'll continue to use Faden. It's a weird bump noise. Someone joined the voice chat channel? No. Oh, I guess one other thing here that I should probably slap down for those of you who are new to the stream or new to DDO and you have a lot of questions. This is my Discord server. A link to my Discord server. And you're welcome to join that. And you can leave a question in general chat or whatever. And there's usually a couple of people in there that will give you good answers. So if you have a question, that's a good resource as well. There's other ones, of course, but I'm trying to promote my stuff this go around. All right. Trying to clear my throat out here. Why do the devs hate ranged combat? So, it's a tricky question to answer, but it boils down to the fact that ranged combat is, and it's tricky to balance with it's difficult to balance up against some of the other styles of combat. You just really decrease Inquisitive or whatever won't fix the problem. It'll just shift it back to like bows or some other ranged option or repeaters. It'll kill the subclass or it'll kill the prestige class and just shift the problem to another place. So they're trying to like lessen Inquisitive a little bit, and then at the same time they're also trying to prevent people that would normally be ranged just to shift from Inquisitive to whatever the new best thing is. They want to kind of keep it all similar. It is a dangerous path, and I do agree that they are overcompensating, but I feel like it's really easy to overcompensate and then roll back. Like, hey guys, you're right, we overcompensated. We're going to give you back a little bit. I feel like it's easier to do that than take away and then take away a little bit more and then take away a little bit more and take away a little bit more until it kind of fits. Because melee sucks. Well, melee has added danger, so the risk needs to balance out. Right? The amount of risk for your character staying alive in melee is so much more significant than in ranged. I mean, come on, I was killing beholders from so far away they never even attacked me. They didn't even know. You know, like, it's a little bit far and dangerous. Sometimes they get back. I mean, if you think about it, the fact that I have a crease in my little plastic roller mat. I want my chair to be just like a hair further forward, but it still rolls back. Sometimes they give back, but it's not as obvious when they get back. And it's usually part of a bigger thing. So sometimes I will agree though that they often overcorrect. Like personally, and this is the other thing, is that we're looking at the side where they're nerfing range, they're nerfing low levels, they're trying to punish, or not necessarily punish, but that's how we're taking it, or at least I am. They're just kind of like hitting a little bit in there. I need a cold beer I assume that means cheer up. We'll be okay. Unfortunately, I'm not a beer drinker. I've never been a beer drinker, rat pie. I've recently, though, before I started this diet, at the start of the month, I was actually getting into like those flavored alcoholic seltzer waters. So put me in the basic bitch category. But I'd much rather have like a plum sake or like a rum. Kind of nurse it. 1 in 10 times doesn't count. Well, sometimes 1 step forward, 9 steps back is a thing. If that one step is really big. Alright, let's knock out Anvil Firelin, shall we? I think we shall. Just checking the messages here. Actually, I should probably read this quick chain about an uncle again on I'm pretty sure my mother's husband's side. Okay, seems good. I think he's actually going to get to go home tomorrow. Quick skimming through the messages there. Again, I don't know if I know the man. That's how my brain works. It doesn't. Not at all. Greetings and salutations, everyone. It's time for another video. Road most followed here on youtube.com/SamusGarobo. Hope you're enjoying these walkthrough quests. I know I'm enjoying recording them as well as hosting them over on the Twitch channel and trying to recording them on the Twitch channel and doing my best to kind of find a middle ground between the live stream and taping for the videos. So, I think I've wiggled it down to, I want to go ahead and clean out the quests here in the Anvil Fire Inn for you guys. There's a couple of them, 2 level 8s and I believe a level 6. So we're going to go ahead and run through this level 6 quest, just because, I think it's a 6 anyway. Yeah, Bounty Hunter, just to like complete the video series, but normally I would do this closer to level. Alright, summon our hireling. What's kind of tricky about this quest is there's a lot of not quest in this quest. So what I mean is there's a lot of like optionals and side paths that you can go down that are not required to do, but you don't necessarily think about that every time because they are it's kind of laid out in a weird way. So what I'll do is I'll start with the bare bone version of the quest, and then we'll turn around and we'll run back through on and take a look at some of the options here. There's traps on the other side of this this door. To be perfectly honest, what I like to do is get them going and then just web there. Usually, I probably will not cast Firewall in this quest because I would not have Firewall at this level when I do this quest, so I'll try not to cast any 4th level spells there.
The cave opens up to reveal a shallow pool with several passages leading to the room.
Another kind of interesting thing is that you can stand on top of this fire. That's right, folks. This fire goes all the way up. Why is that barrel not... That explosive barrel does not explode. Alright, so... Streamlined version of this quest. Go over here. Now, the easiest way to get through this quest is to take a big breath and run across. There's lots of traps, but if you keep a reasonable pace, you'll be fine. Now, the slightly slower and a little bit safer way to do this quest is that the trap boxes are around, so that should be that cold trap section. Then you gotta climb back up and jump back down. See what I mean? So normally I just gather my bravery and I just run across and try to be really quick about it. But sometimes you need to just keep going. Also, there's quite a few trap boxes. I think there's one down here even too. Yep. There's quite a few trap boxes in this quest. Can we jump back up here? Oh, I've never tried that before. No, I didn't think so. I suspect... I think that's all of them. There we go. So again, normally I would just run through here. If I feel like I was in over my head, I would just jump backwards into the water, and then these dogs would try to get us. But it's not too bad. And then there's a small group of guys on either side. And 2 levers. You do not have to kill the bad guys to pull the levers. So like if you have a hireling that's doing a good job of sneaking around pulling levers. They can do that for you, but obviously it's not super common. Now, this is probably one of the more adult parts of Dungeons and Dragons Online, for those of you who are interested. This young lady was a slave. Claim all of his possessions, including her. So we're gonna let her go. If you do not let her go, she attacks you, and you just have to put her down. It's pretty terrible. All right. So now we got the sweet iron key. And that's honestly all we need to finish the quest, is that key right there. Normally, if I left all these traps on, we would not try running back. We would have jumped down and swam back. But since we did disable them, it's easy enough to jump backwards. And then here is the door that we need that iron key for. This is the quote-unquote infight. This chest over here is the chest to complete the quest, but you gotta take out this red name first. And then in this chest is the signet. All right, so that's pretty quick, right? Now, let's go add in some of these optionals. So if you're in a hurry for experience, you can go through there. This first optional, you have a couple of tiers to this. First of all, you can just go get the shrine open, which the shrine happens to be right this direction. We'll discuss that question in just a minute. You know what? We can just answer it now. So the chat, specifically Beaumop, says, is Dungeons & Dragons Online dead? I would say very much no. In the last 2 years, we've had 2 really great expansions come out, both Ravenloft and Sharn. They're both really awesome. If you haven't checked them out, at least through... You know, I have not gotten there yet on this video series, but you can go back and watch either my old stream, or you can watch several other people's doing this other streams. This is locked, right? Yeah. So you have to be able to pick this lock to be able to do this optional. A lot of the content has been really good. They're in fact releasing a new race. I would imagine we'll get it next month sometime, probably right around the time of the anniversary. So there's quite a bit going on. A lot of content's coming out. I think they even... Now don't quote me, because I haven't read the producer's letter yet, but I believe they're even about to hand us a 64-bit client.
Troll banners and standards adorn this section of the cave.
Alright, so behind these 2 locked doors... So, long story short, the game is alive and well. Behind these 2 locked doors are like a handful of trolls and as well as a little bit of an optional experience and a treasure chest. Remember when we first did this optional, we could not quite DPS down those trolls as easily, and we had pulled them back to this ladder and ranged them down. It was a long time ago. Then there's one other optional portion of this quest. It's up around these rocks. It took me a really long time to realize that this was an optional, to be honest. That this was not a necessary part of the quest. And it's because this key takes you to the treasure room. So we haven't had our big payoff treasure yet, right? For doing the quest. So to get that big payoff treasure chest, you have to go up this way. So for the longest time, I thought, oh, we have to go this way. But you don't. You don't have to go this way. You just have to do that first part that I listed earlier.
This room, strong odors from the fungi and the waterfall overwhelm your sense of smell.
I wonder what that'd be like. As a person who doesn't have a sense of smell, it's really... I don't understand. Alright, so now we have the key to get the special treasure chest. But inside this waterfall, you'll see this little batch of grass right here. Some of my higher, let me put her in there. You can swim through that grass and swim up, and there's a treasure chest in here. Now, if you have the ability,
Emerge in a grotto
I believe you can disarm the traps in this room. Maybe you can't. Thought you could. No, I guess not. Guess I remembered wrong. So what you want to do is you want to sit in this in the water, swim as close to the chest as you can, and open it inside the water. Swim down just a little bit underneath this rock, back up through the grass, and you're good to go. So again, when you're level 8 doing this quest, it's a lot of extra nonsense. But you do get Conquest, you do get Ingenious. I thought there was one more trap box to disable, but perhaps not. I guess we already got Ingenious, we just didn't get the breakable bonus yet. But in this room there's a bunch of breakables as well as your special treasure chest.
However, the chest might hold something of value.
And that's our big special reward chest. So it's one of the reasons why I don't really worry about getting that. As opposed, like, it was 12 minutes to get our 7,000 experience, or we could have gotten, I don't know, probably like 4,000 experience in 3 minutes. So that's Bounty Hunter. Again, it's a really good one for level 6 if you need it. Then the next one over here that we're going to do, again in the Amble Fire Inn, is Storbolt's Mind. This one can be a little bit of a complicated quest, not because the quest is hard, but because you have to pick up NPCs along the way, like hard to see NPCs. You're finding dead bodies, essentially. Missing engineers.
As the door opens, you glimpse a pair of rust monsters skittering.
Also, I don't recommend you pick up any gems. Gems tend to spawn monsters around the quest area. Also, what are you going to do with a whole bunch of uncut rubies? Alright. There's a thing that popped out of the ground behind us, a scorpion. We'll do that in a minute. Alright, so if we were not doing optionals, we would just grab this lever and leave. But since we are doing optionals, we need to destroy the elementals here. So I didn't die yet? What is going on? And we're gonna switch back to the all fire over here. Behind this door lies a bunch of elementals, and if I remember correctly, they don't wake up until you're touching this chest. Did we just get a Vorpal Quarterstaff? Brell's favorite thing. We did. And it's deadly. I'm most amused now. Alright, there we go. 4 elementals gives you an extra 918 experience. Not bad. Again, all these things I'd recommend highly if you have like a 2-person team. One person does the quest, and Team B does the optionals and or breakables. Alright, so once you go into this room, once you open this door and you walk through, you need to be tabbing around consistently to see if you can find these corpses. Oh, you know what? I think the uncut rubies and stuff is actually an optional. Let me pick one of them up to check.
The area's natural beauty is marred by the oppressive.
Yeah, I think it is actually. Yeah, you gotta get. So we ran past one. There's another one. So that one may actually not be that hard of a quest to complete. I thinking about another quest here. I forgot that those were. I hate when they don't list the optionals and stuff up there. Alright, trap box along the way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw a corpse up here. But see how hard that is to, like, if you weren't tabbing around for it, you wouldn't have found that probably. Very difficult to see. Okay, so we still need 4 more. We cover 4 more engineers here. Shrines behind... First shrine behind this door. This quest actually has quite a bit of shrines. I don't know if they expected this quest to be much more mana intensive than some of the other ones. I guess maybe because they're full of drow. I'm not sure why they put quite so many shrines in this quest. There are a bunch.
The area below is crossed by tracks used to transport
Okay.
supplies.
Okay. Apparently had a crate targeted still.
Move amongst the crates now.
Okay. There's a diamond. So we would have gone past 4 of the 5 already. I don't know if they're always in that same spot, but
Flare violently as elementals take shape from
Elementals are now behind us. That's what that flavor text said. There's a couple of elementals up there. Or they will have spawned back there, I guess, when you go back up there. Alright. But always tab around the area you're in. Make sure that you cleaned up all the quest required bits. There's also a trap box right there somewhere, right? Yeah. It is terrible when you have to like go back through to search the quest for a necessary experience item. In this case, corpse. Here's another shrine. So there's an abundance of shrines in this quest.
This cavern is cooler and more
Alright,
spacious.
up here along the top,
With the furnaces and
you'll notice a
crowded
treasure
in
chest
with
and a
stalactites
drow.
and stalagmites.
Again, ranged. The power of ranged is coming into clear focus here. Hi. I know we can shoot through ropes. I've seen it before. Alright, there's another guy. Okay. Looks clean. Tabbing around for nonsense. There's a quest nonsense there. A couple of crates. Another corpse down there. So there's two more down there that we can basically see. And there's a guy shooting us over here. Alright, with that, put on our featherfall item and we will jump over. Attempt to loot our bonus chest. Just leash all over the place like a crazy person. It should be locked. Alrighty. And then it should just be a matter of making our way to those corpses. Keep in mind, if you see one that's like in front of a furnace like this, it probably means it's trapped. And then the other was inside this door in here, if I remember correctly. And then there's usually one last one near the end of the quest. We're not that far from the end of the quest now, but one in the next like section here. The next section is opened by that lever. No, I said we're just... Oh, no, there's one over here. I stand corrected. Again, see, we would have had to back up. Oh, it's probably trapped. Yep. And our hireling is going to stand in the trap like a real hero. See what I mean, though? Whenever there's a corpse in front of one of those furnaces, you got to be careful for the traps. Alright. So now, you would go, but Samius, we've achieved all the quest objectives. I know, it's the age of a long time ago where they didn't tell you all the quest objectives you needed to have. You just had to keep walking through the quest for no reason. But usually there's another corpse like here-ish or here-ish.
Smoke prevents you from seeing its contents.
Then there's the last one, the ruby. So it would have been all 10. We would have gotten these had I not got confused with a different quest.
Upon closer inspection, you see a gaunt and disheveled dwarf huddled in a cage.
So there we go. Quest is done. So that's Stormvault's mine. We have one more out here to do in the Amblefire Inn, Storm Cleave's Outpost. This one is a little bit long, but with a little bit of de-dooring action and or being pretty quick, you can greatly reduce the amount of time that you take in this quest. There's a lot of different paths to get from A to B to C. Normally I would just go straight, but I've recently kind of been
Lush jungles give way
educated by my friend Beef
as far
that
as the eye can
it
see,
might be
gray
better,
silk
could be
and
better,
plants have
to
replaced the
proceed
green
this direction
Zendrin.
instead. It's a little bit more of a direct angle to where we want to go. And
A swarming nest of kobolds as wolves
yeah,
patrol the area.
you gotta
in search
clear
of
like
meat to
a wave of
scavenge and
kobolds.
blood to spill.
No thanks. Which may actually not be such a big deal most of the time. Clear this Fear Reaper before we pick up some extra stacks that we don't want. And then you still got to go down here. If you go this direction, which is part of the reason I don't like going this way, is I don't like going down and having to deal with the wolves. But it might be physically a little bit faster than going through the Minotaurs.
Beneath outposts looming over the waves. The gate structure in the distance is
Is there another dog? Nope. Okay. There'll be another batch of dogs right over here.
appears to have caught an unfortunate traveler on his way to the outpost.
There's lots and lots of trash out here in this big, open, almost wilderness-like area of the quest before you actually get to what I consider the actual quest, which is right here. It's where a lot of, again, it's just like trash
General Xantalar's forces
to
have
clean
overrun
up out
these
here.
lands. You must proceed with
But a
caution.
lot of the monsters are back there, and you can.
Minions stand before
That's
you.
a good spot to get your
Back at the general, I think, his troops.
onslaught if you're into that kind of thing. Again, if you have a second team member that can take care of themselves or has their own hireling, it's a good option. Team A goes and does the quest, and Team B works on clearing optionals and getting extra XP. Alright, so you have a bunch of different things that you have to gather and a bunch of different things you have to pull to do this quest. So
Pillar stands with
you gotta light all these pillars. When you light the pillars, mephits are gonna spawn, and you'll notice it doesn't go all the way up until you kill both mephits that spawn. And it goes all the way up. Now you're done. But the mephits can spawn more mephits. As we run around through the quest, we're going to have an option to go this direction. And there's a lot of little caves like this right here. These caves often have optionals in them. A lot of them have name loot in them, and some of them is actually not the worst name loot, depending on what you're looking for. Some of them are, I mean, not good, not worth worrying about. But some of it, if you don't have anything else, say like you're on the hardcore server,
giant shaman
or
Grinds his teeth and groans loudly as spirit departs.
or you're playing a permadeath alt, or starting on a new server or something, some of these items are actually pretty strong for the level. I'm thinking specifically of the like healer's hat. Can't remember what it's called, but there's like a big devotion spell power hat. It's really good. And then if you have like a super high dexterity, there's if you don't have the wiggle room to take dexterity to hit, I believe there's a dagger that gives you the weapon finesse feat, or maybe it's a short sword, something. Swift demise, I think is what it's called. Fey touched wolf, huh? Wonder if the gave him good pets. Armor fit 1. Armor fit 2. First shrine, first shrine. There's a second shrine hidden in one of the little caves, but it's a little bit later. Don't know where those dogs are going at all. And the most challenging path and assignment, I guess.
A fire giant has fortified 6 large crates dominate the camp ahead. They seem to emit a soft hum. One of the giant's lieutenants has fallen. You have slaughtered Ortador.
Set the chest on fire, set this chest on fire. And that should take care of the ones on either side of it. Guess not, I guess I didn't get that one.
The last of the mage fire cannons.
Alright, so this I believe is a treasure chest for loot. And then these round tipped ones are the shards that they're like quest shards. And there's a bunch of them that you need to pick up along the way. We'll probably go ahead and fiddle with using all the shards, but this build certainly does not need to do so. Show you a couple other tidbits here. I don't know how much inventory space we actually have. 35. That might be enough, although we'll be getting close. There's 50, right? Maybe I should have sold before coming in here. Alright, so there are supplies scattered throughout the quest. And they look like this. And apparently we need 12. So there's an optional to just pick them up. So you can pick them up and throw them on the ground if you want. Or you can pick them up, carry them, and return them to the person who wants them. If you do both things, you'll get experience for both. If you could do one, like I said, you could just pick them up and throw them on the ground again. It doesn't. You don't have to turn them in if you don't want to. We'll see if we can make it happen. I don't know if they're heavy. 75 pounds a piece. Yeah, they're pretty heavy. Another shrine right there in the open. Another one of these lovely pillars to light. So there's just a lot to do, but nothing complicated. And the power of ranged combat, just crushing everything. I wonder why those guys are immune to fire. They shouldn't have been. Alright, so this is where we want to go back to get to the end fight. But right now, if we go over there and click on this head, I'm pretty sure it's going to tell us there's nothing to do here.
Provides little insight into its past. Runic
Yeah, see,
puzzles
we
are an
can't
odd-looking
do
line.
anything until we light all of those runes and pick up all of the other nonsense items.
With a rude gesture, an armor-clad giant invites you to approach and meet your doom. Crates are stacked uncaringly.
Our
back
doom!
Some bearing the seal of House Beneath. One of the general's lieutenants has fallen. Inscadrir is slain.
Okay. Another situation where there's a couple of
You take up the shard of stone.
non-loot here. Again, these are very heavy. This is why a lot of people don't bring them back, because they are so heavy. If we become encumbered, we'll just throw away like plate mail or whatever. I'm not worried about it. We'll get the quest optionals done, so we can see the awesome experience we'll get with all of our ship buffs and master voice of the master and all that shenanigans on. Yeah, we're not looking to break any land speed records on any of these quests. We're just trying to get them done. I believe this one's locked. Ooh, +4 at the use tools. Couple more supply crates. Here's another one of those shrines that I was talking about, the one inside the little cave. More of that awesome power of being ranged. Should probably switch to the not fire setup here for these fire methods, but there's still so many. Yeah, we gotta kill that guy. We'll split the middle ground for a minute.
Into the cavern, you disturb a muscular minotaur. Corvus snorts loudly, then chokes on bubbling blood. He is slain.
We must have got that a demon soul method without paying attention, I guess. +4 Elven Chain. That's actually pretty good. It is made of mithril. It is named, so kind of give some, lose some. But level 6 mithril armor with a blue slot at level 6. I mean, come on. That's pretty good for a lot of people, especially like us, like armored wizards. Here's the other shrine I was talking about. Armored Wizards, it's pretty good. 5% spell fail. You can take that blue slot out at level 8 and put in quite a few options in there, and have a pretty nice.
A dimensional gate looms in the back of the ruined area. Runes atop the
Oh,
hill.
you know what? Actually, let's switch to
Fire
this.
giant.
So yeah, we're going to have some extra fire damage that's going to get ignored, but we'll have this holy damage. Now things are going to spawn behind us. These are all black bones. But if we get everything spawned and we come back and stand behind the corner, then we just have to deal with stuff kind of as we expose ourselves. We didn't get everything spawned. There's one more wave of spawn. There's three waves of trash that spawn right here, and they do proc as you go up this mountain. So you can space them out a little bit. Like the next one will spawn like right about here. So imagine if you run up there without thinking about it. Just imagine how much trash is down here. Quite a bit, actually. But, again, one of my favorite ways to kind of deal with it is I like to go ahead and charge up here, get everything woken up, and then fight behind these pillars. Then you really just have to deal with the spellcaster. And then you can creep out and pick up these guys. The reason that it's kind of important to go ahead and pick up the skeletons is that you still have to activate this rune. You still have to open that chest over here.
With the elemental ward removed, the dimensional gate disappears with a near silent pop. You take up the shard of stone.
Alright, so that's the other shard that we need to pick up from this area. Now we just get a treasure chest. Clean up the nonsense the best we can. And we got 2 more to go, I think. 2 more shards. Maybe just 1 more shard. And we have 3 more supply chests to pick up. Wife came in to say goodnight, so we'll pop over there, tuck her in when we finish this run up here. But here's another supply crate. There should be one, I believe, over here.
One of the general's lieutenants has fallen. Minotaur Lord Helos is no more.
No, I don't see it. So I'm missing one of the pilfered supplies. I wonder where I left it at.
All of the rune posts have been activated. Return to the summoning circle behind the outpost. You take up the shard of stone.
Picked up the other shard. Another treasure chest. Now, if we go back the way we already know and we've cleared on the way to the head, we're gonna miss it. So if we come around, oh, there they are. There's 2 here. I thought there's just 1 here, but if we come around the way that we haven't explored, we'll come across the missing supplies.
The the last of the
So
storm
there's
of
1,000 experience for picking these things up.
Return them to Corporal Dalvasca.
And again, if you're having weight issues, you can just throw them all in the trash. If you decide you want to get that 1,000 experience, it didn't add that much to the quest, in my opinion. Enough that I normally wouldn't bother with it, but still, you're talking like maybe a minute to the quest. Unlike some of the other ones that are 3 or 4 minutes for 1,000 experience points that I do for whatever reason. It's because I like them. That's why. Alright, so now we've clicked all the things.
Heat from your body
We can
flows into the
go in here and say hi to this guy.
shiver as magic gathers in the still air.
I have a few helpers that we'll try to knock out from, again, about as far away as we can.
The giant in the center
Alright,
of this room.
this
took
giant
the
has a
lead
series
to
of
some
buffs
general.
applied to him
Ribbons of
from
energy
each of these
bristle along the
elemental
walls,
chambers.
conveying some secret
Okay?
power.
So if we go over here to this cold chamber, because we have the whichever gym, I don't know which one in particular, but we have one of the gyms, and we kill all these methods, like he'll lose his heavily resistance to cold or whatever. If we come over here, knock out these air methods, similar type situation. Most of the time I would not bother with this kind of stuff because I just shoot him and he'd go down with the secondary damages. See, like his first numbers, if you look, are 0. And that's because of this here. Earth Elemental, he's got caged. And now he'll take damage from our shots. And then we can go here by the fire, these fire methods, and I believe that reduces his fire spell power, maybe, or his fire damage gets reduced. Something different happens. He doesn't just like become vulnerable to fire out of nowhere. But again, normally I would just come in here and shoot him. Your first big number will go down, but the other numbers will be fine. Alright, and now you could just run back. In this case, I have the D-Door spell, so I'm going to D-Door back. It'll be a little bit quicker. Not a lot quicker, but a little bit quicker. And we'll cast Jahaste. And now we're running back to that temple area. We ran through to get to the start of the quest. I think you might, if you had like a wing or a leap or something, you could probably jump up there. They have not been selling the mistletoes for a while. There's a limited edition Christmas item that gives you a monk-like leap through the air for about 10 DDO points. Right. So this time, instead of going through this door, we're going to go over here. Again, there's all this. There's there's all sorts of mobs out here in the wild that one could clean to try to get our number to do things. All right, this is the guy who finishes the quest. So we're gonna come over here and talk to this corporal. I believe we have to turn these in one at a time also, which is part of the reason. Another reason why most people don't bother with this optional. It's because it involves a lot of clicking for no reason. But hey, if you have the strength to carry those around and the room in your backpack, you can get an extra 480 experience points for carrying them around. Some of these objectives just never get done, I feel. And then the, do I actually have to talk to this guy first? Maybe I have to talk to this guy. Alright, so now the gate is open. There'll be like, I don't know, a handful of waves of trash. Nothing overly dangerous.
Of fighting fades from the outpost.
Alright. And then I think that's basically it. There might be another optional out in the wilderness, but I'm not going to go hunt that down. And 20,000 experience for 25 minutes. Again, if we didn't stop and do the various optionals, it speeds up pretty significantly. But, yep, there's Stormcleave Outpost. So that's all 3 quests out here in the Anvil Fire Inn. In House Beneath. They are all House D favor. I'm pretty sure. Guess we can double check that real quick. But before we... Let's see this group by patron. Let's see... Maybe they're not. Let's see. Bounty Hunter is House Beneath. And then Stormcleave and yeah, here they go. Oh, this one's House Kandaric, the mine. So a little bit of House K favor there, and then some couple of quests for House D favor. And of course House D favor is pretty sweet if you have it. So there you go. That was the quest in, again, the Anvil Fire Inn. I usually knock them out because, again, I like having access to House D favor. If you need a quiver or you need certain like material bolts, stuff like that, it's just handy to be able to access it, and it's a good way to get that favor pretty easily. All right, everybody, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please hit the like button. I really do appreciate it. If you didn't like the video, please hit the like button anyway. I'd really appreciate it as well. So, yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you guys very soon. Toodles. Alright, boys and girls, cats and dogs, children of all ages. I'm going to go give the wife a kiss goodnight, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Hope you guys stick it out. I'll probably go ahead and run an ad while I'm gone, maybe 2 ads if I have the 60-second break here. So please stick it out. I do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys pretty quickly. I'll be right back. Alright, back. Looks like you guys are back. Man, it is chilly here in Kansas today, I tell you what. Alright, how are we doing on things here? XP wise, we have a rank basically to go. I don't know why I opened that. Don't need that. I need the barkeep, I think. Unless I already sold. No, I didn't. Made the mistake of trying to open the bank. There we go. Actually, yeah, because this has a already slotted blue slot in it, I think we're just gonna put it in the dumpster. If it didn't, we would deconstruct it with the trash can. Okay. We have a little bit more wiggle room. Again, I don't hate the idea of doing a couple of the Vaughn pre-quests, because I usually do them a little 8, but I kind of want to do them all together in one chain for the video. It's 23 degrees, but it feels like 12 in upstate New York. I don't even know what it is. It just feels cold. Let's see what it currently says. It currently says 30 degrees. Does it have a feel like? Yeah, this doesn't have a feel like. So maybe it's not. Oh, it feels like 20 degrees. So it's not that bad. It's definitely winter time for sure. All right, let's also check our bolts. Looks like we're out. I like to try to keep a stack of 3 or 4. Alrighty, anything else that we need to do? Oh, I guess we need to pick what quest we want to do, right? Like I said, I don't really want to do Prisoner and the other one yet. I think I want to save that for later. We could do Path to Madness and Zorian Cipher, so I don't have to do it next life. That sounds good. That sounds real good, actually. Let's do that. Again, some of these quests that I'm doing... Oh, we could also do Faithful Departed. Should probably also do that one. That's right. Let's start with the Zorian Cipher, because that's what we kind of already talked about. Alright, does anyone have any questions, comments, etc. before we get started on the quest? Take a minute and check my Twitter feed. Make sure I haven't gotten any more updates about theoretically Uncle Terry. Well, I did not realize that was a thing. Put that over there later. Check that out in more details. Alright, doesn't look like anyone's got anything in particular they'd like to add to the conversation here. And Thought Car wants to add to the conversation. What do you want to talk about? Such a nerd. People are putting LFG on their like little bars, their little sports videos here on Twitter, and I'm just like, what groups are they looking for? I don't understand. Here's a duck playing a snare drum. This is what my Twitter is like. Just hours of nothing. Oh man. You made some potatoes for Grandma? Nice. Yeah, those are on my no list, I'm pretty sure. No potatoes. Let me check. I could do mashed cauliflower. Yeah, you want to stay out of starchy vegetables. So here's the thing saying you must eat an egg-based meal every 3 to 5 hours. You must eat a meal even if you're not hungry. You can eat 1 ounce of full-fat cheese per egg consumed. You must eat at least 6 whole eggs per day. Wow. Wow. I'm not eating... Well, I was going to say I'm not eating that many eggs, but I may actually be pretty damn close. Pretty damn close. In fact, one of the things I'm going to do after tonight's stream is I'm going to go make probably, I don't know, a bunch of hard-boiled eggs. Probably at least a dozen. And they would not last a whole week. Because I basically eat one all the time. Rocky 1. Yeah, I don't mind drinking raw eggs. I just don't know what the point of that is. Like, I've done it before, and unless you're just trying to consume them quickly, like, it doesn't make a lot of sense to just drink them. Like I said, I can do the eggs that way, but I don't know what we're losing with like a poach or a hard boil. Like, specifically a hard boil, especially the way I do it now, either baking them in the oven, or now I've just moved on to the Instapot, 5 minutes in the Instapot, and you're good to go. So, like, I don't see the point in rocking them out raw. But if there's a cool reason, I'd love to know. All right, we got 50 minutes left on our buffs. Are we ready? Are we ready to tackle Zori and Cypher? I think so. I think we're ready to get her done. Let's go for it. Hey, Titan. All right, let's knock it out. Sweet. Sweet. Alright. Greetings and salutations, everyone. It's time for the road most traveled. This time we're going to do Path to Madness and Zorian Cipher. Can we do it alone? Of course we can. Do we want to? Not that much. But I got a little bit of wiggle room before we have to take level 10. And I might as well clean up a couple more level 8s before we hit that point. So, let's do it. Let's do it to it. Oh, boogada boogada! So scary. Alright. Let's summon our hireling to start with here. She only had 9 minutes left. And we're going to need her for pulling switches and levers and things in a few minutes. So we might as well just get her summoned now. One of the things about this little Path to Madness is it does actually have a... I don't know if it's an actual optional. I think it is an actual optional. Over here, there's a couple extra things to just, like,
The jungle opens into a
clean up. Yeah, slay the sirens of its sanity. For, how many XP is it? It's actually not that bad here for knocking this out. For 89 experience and an adventurer's pack. I guess I'm all in. There was a collectible node. That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Oh boy. So, you want to, if you're not doing this amazingly efficient experience break, you just want to take the first left that you see. Oftentimes, I see people running to one side or the other through all these trees. I really don't bother with that anymore. I just kind of move through the open area and then pick off whatever I can. Along the sides and whatnot. It used to be a bigger deal than it is now, but it's not a big deal anymore. And then something to be careful of is these archers. They're like shrieker something archers. You want to be careful because they have the stunning arrows, which is kind of cool. Titan would like to know if I have read the recent producer's letter. I have not taken the time to read the letter yet. I've seen some people react to bits and bobs, and I thought maybe sometime between recording the videos I'd take a crack at it, but I've been working really hard at getting the videos done, and I don't want to timestamp the videos too hard. So I have not cracked into it yet. Alright, so to be really fair though, the only guys that you have to defeat in this quest are these two scorpions at the end. And then you have to click on this chest to pull up the end UI. And that leads you directly into the next quest, Zorian Cipher. So, yeah, it's kind of an interesting quest idea. It does take a little bit of time to get into it. Then once you've activated it, it'll click in. Alright. That's the second portal that took it a minute to open up there. Alright. We'll go ahead and drink our potion there. And I guess we'll go ahead and get rid of this poison dot too. I mean, I don't know. Why not? So, there's a couple of interesting things about this quest that not all the various quests have. That's kind of interesting. A lot of these Zorian quests will have these runes to shut down these portals or where these black balls of randomness come from. Did I click that? There's 12 of them, and if you click them all, you get like a little bit of experience. Remember, did I not pull this lever? I clicked it. Didn't act like I clicked it earlier. Click again. Click some more. Click it all the times. Alright. So if you want to get this this optional, you kind of have to take your time and wander around. I think, yeah, there's one over there. There's one over here. They're tied to different ability stats. So if you don't have the ability in a particular ability score to knock it out, especially if you've got a few TRs under your belt, your hireling probably can clean it up. It's one of the things that's kind of interesting about the hirelings in particular, is that with your ship buff and your past lives, you can get them like easily 9 to their stats, and they already have pretty high stats because they're not real players, so their stats gotten boosted quite a bit. So like even Ellery can pull a lot of weird strength levers in the game, and she's level 3. Alright. I'm just going back on my normal path to see if there's any more things I missed. I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure we're at the point where we'd go through the middle here, but never know. Never know. Alright, there's a couple of runes up top up here, guarded with some shriek guys, shriek harriers. So again, having the awesome power of range, we're just going to stand in a place where we can ensure that we don't get hit, and then we'll move along. Then continuing to use the awesome power of ranged, we will run up here and shoot things down below. We'll shoot things as they chase us. Yeah, being ranged is incredibly powerful. Oops. Just gravity back down. Okay, should be 1 or 2 more pieces of trash over here, right? Yep. Pick them off. Shut down these runes.
As the rune glows with power, the nearby rift. As the rune glows with power, the nearby rift.
There's also an ability right here. If you have the ability to turn undead, you can turn undead on this altar, and it'll kind of cleanse the area of a lot of undead. To, I don't know, not necessarily to turn a phrase, but to just kind of, it does make a difference. Alright. Oh, gross. I missed a Thrackhound. Get out of here. Sounds like Tobrel might be trying to say something in the chat. No? Must have jumped in the wrong chat and realized it moved back. Right, there's the rune. So there's one of the runes in each of these little side runes. And then there's a treasure chest with a key in it. And we'll talk about all these keys in a little bit, but oh, I guess I forgot to unlock the door. But let's just say they all go to a special named loot chest. To some degree, some people really like this the loot that comes out of this quest. There's a couple of really interesting things that pretty much can only be found in this quest in particular here. At least at the level. Maybe a little bit later you can find some similar stuff. But we'll talk about it when I pull it out of the chest, because that's the kind of boss we are. Huh, where's the threat count for this side? I know it's here. I can taste it. We get the last guy in here shot. We can play with this rune portal button.
As the rune glows with power, the nearby rift is sealed
And
by
this
dark
one is over
barrier.
here. Boink. Alright, so we're going to need a couple more of our hirelings. So in this case, we're going to put this NPC here. We're going to summon our Scarecrow. And this NPC can wait.
Light up, but nothing else seems to happen.
He's not quite on it. Come here. Here we go. So they are standing on their 2 buttons. And then we're going to go around on the other side, summon Ellery, and we'll go do... get some sweet action over here. This quest does get a little bit complicated. Sweet Ellery. Where's your control bar, girl? There we go. She was just hiding on top. Okay, so we put Ellery over here, and then bam!
As the way before
Now,
you open,
this is down.
darkness seals the passage
We can
behind you.
start
Must be a way to
start
free
zerging
yourself
through. We
from
got
this place.
some shenanigans to take care of. We're going to clear this trash up here. And then we have to get inside this door. To get in this door, we got to get this lever pulled, which means these two have got to go off of their modes and be told to pull this lever and not get interrupted. Run, 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 run. Skeleton will probably not make it. Oh, they did it. This door's open. So now we can pull everything up here. They don't have to stay down there at all.
A strange
Clear it up.
bit of energy dominates
Clean up the
floor.
trash in here.
As the rift
We'll
moves
pull the
across
rune for the
pulse,
ball
the
that's in
parameters
here.
of the essence.
Just something I never do normally. Ironically, it was in the hardcore server where I was kind of dreading this room, and Beef was like, why? There's just pull the lever in there.
Nearby
Like,
rift is sealed.
it was a long time since I knew that that was a possibility. Okay, as usual with these things, just solve them whichever direction you like. I prefer backwards, but you can do it whatever way you like.
You hear a loud
And then,
humming.
since there's nobody down below,
The skeletons
like, causing a problem, like getting murdered or anything, we can just stand up here and clear some stuff. That Plague Reaper looks like he's gonna wander around. So we may have to worry that somebody decides to teleport back to us or something, but for right now we can just stay up here and... Alright, what is getting us? This guy? Touching me, won't let me open my treasure chest. Alright, I'm gonna fall down. Clear some nonsense. This should be a wisdom rune right here. It looks like we're gonna have enough shenanigans that we're not gonna get that one pulled on our own, so we'll have our hireling do it. Here we go, perfect. We don't need Ellery anymore this quest. She did her job. She did it nicely. We'll re-hit our buffs here. I don't think we were over that point yet, but still nice to just make sure. Every so often, there's a trap box and a pretty nasty series of traps, and then guys will spawn. So if you're a wizard, just mouse look in the middle and cast it right on top of them. Just get them cleared. If you're not a wizard, I'd recommend ranging them down. You can try to run in there and melee them like a crazy person, but except for these spike traps, there's not like a great way to do that. So I just advise that you have a little bit of caution. Alright, speaking of caution, I think we can just use this door, right? Nope, we gotta unlock it. Inside this room, the floor is going to fall out, so you want to immediately proceed to your left here. Walk around the outside edge. Oh, you would have fallen. Which is fine, but I want to get this treasure chest. If I'm gonna do all this optional stuff, I'm gonna get this treasure chest. It's gonna be great. Clean out Death Fang. We're gonna pick up our collectible and a green key. Alright, and now we're going to go back to that room with the altar that we could cleanse if we have the ability to turn undead, which unfortunately this is one of the things that this build cannot do, is turn undead. So we'll just walk back here, eat these souls, because we might as well bring them with us. This is 110 SP. And lo and behold, there's a secret door along this walls and the big giant gaping opening. Seems unlikely, right? The most important part of this quest is right here, a mirror. A mirror for us to slash flex in. Oh, look at those arms. Oh, those guns. Another secret door. There'll be a ghost optional here, Vault Guardian. And then what we want to do is we want to search out this room before we go in. Use the key. There's 3 keys. 2 of these rooms have 2 traps and 1 room has 1 trap. So you want to be really cautious before you go in and open these chest doors. You want to take a second and just like look around and make sure that you've got both chest doors. Oh, we didn't get the belt. Alright, so out of this room, a planar gird can drop, which is a belt clicky that gives you a GH, a proper GH. I think this room has, this is the 1 trap box room. And I believe this chest has like a ring, chaos ring. Yep, there it is. Chaos band. I think there's also another ring that you can get out of this room as well. And then I think this room... Oh, you can also get the bracers. There's a pair of bracers in that room that has like Chaos Guard on it. I think that might even be the name of the item as well. So this room, this is the room that they like to trick you. The other trap box is behind the door. So be sure to take a minute. And again, look around and examine. Make sure that you hit all the trap boxes. Make sure you have all the trap boxes. Again. Oh yeah. Roar! Flexing. Roar! Flexing. Alright, so we grabbed those 3 quests, or those 3 chests. 4 chests, really. 4 chests. Those are the main, the real treasure in the room. But, or in the quest, but that's okay. We're going to continue to go through the quest and get the experience, which is the best part of any quest. I believe another wisdom room. The ones, in my opinion, that look like a turned sideways W, I believe, are typically the wisdom rooms. Don't quote me. The last one I thought was a wisdom room turned out to be a charisma room. So I was just like, ooh. There's a rune. We have 2 more runes. This one over here.
As the room glows with power,
Then there's one more like on the far side. Which we'll go over this way to get. Now these little black balls have a lot of interesting effects on them. It looks like I'm going to have to clean this room before I can do that though. You can get a lot of things. In fact, I've actually... They show up in a couple of different quests. But in the Wayback Machine, before the pork barrels exploded and gave you tasty hams, farming these balls for tasty hams are one of the few ways that you can get tasty hams. So I would... To be perfectly honest, is I built a character that heals, a robot, right? That heals from both repair spells and heal spells. Because the balls will do heal and reconstruct on you. They'll also do harm. So you want something with a bunch of hit points. And then a bunch of evasion. Because they'll do things like ball lightning and stuff like that. Goodwill saves, so you don't get dancing balled, etc., etc. So basically, you end up making, like, again, in the Wayback Machine, a paladin monk is what I used. And then you could basically stand over there in the corner, mostly AFK, and farm those tasty ham balls. You just go to a quest like Invaders. Gotta get rid of these guys so I can focus on the Thrak Hounds. Whoa! Big D surprise. Thank you for the follow, my friend. I appreciate it. Dealing with some nonsense down here. Nobody got time for Thrak Hounds spamming fall down spells on us all day. Get out of here with your nonsense. Alright. Oh, we should switch to fire mode. Woo! Alright. Let's put our healer's head back on our shoulders. Anyway, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the USS Fat Halfling. If we get some good weather, like window, we'll be doing some more work on the bus. I might be doing some bus work here in a couple of days anyway, just here inside the house. Alright, so that was Zorian Cypher. Not too bad. 19 minutes for 27,000 experience. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. Alright. Let's grab our end reward. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please consider slamming that like, subscribe, follow buttons. I really do appreciate it. Don't forget that these are all recorded as part of our twitch.tv streams. So if you'd like to watch live, that's a great place to go. Twitch.tv/SamusGarobo. And we'll see you guys next time. Toodles. Alright. Another video in the in the books. I wonder how many videos I still have to upload tonight or today. Try to do a bunch. Let's see. 4, 5, 9, 13, 15. I have 15 videos to upload tonight already. We still have at least another hour that we're gonna want to probably record. It's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, so I know everything is an E-peen with Titan, but I'm sure if I really desired it, I could have a character with 140 strength Titan. It's just a matter of collecting things. It's pretty good. So let's go back over some of the things here. We knew about the 34 or the 64-bit client earlier. Talked about that. That'd be good. Epic Delirious and Epic Catacombs. We talked about that, which is one of the reasons that I've been recommending that people should go get the starter pack. If you don't already have a starter pack and you're new to DDO, I would recommend picking it up. Let's see, we have a few new people in the chat, so I'll show that off really quickly here. So over at DDO.com, they have their DDO market, which is different than the DDO store. And then down here, a little ways towards the bottom, they have their starter pack, which is this guy right here. It's $9.99. And for that, you get the Catacombs pack, which last week was on sale for $2 and it was around $250, right? Maybe it was $178 last week on sale, but normally it's around $250. So that's about a $2.50 value. 250 DDO points, which is again is about another $2.50 value. So together you're talking about $5, give or take. These excellent elixirs of experience, 5 of them, are about $10. So I mean, now you're ahead. You get this cosmetic pet, which who cares about, but then you get a permanent gold seal hireling Ellery, which I'm a big fan of. So now once you add in Epic Catacombs, once this becomes Epic, this is just shot the value of this starter pack through the roof. Titan doesn't like good things. Titan doesn't understand what's quality and what is shenanigans, so put him in the do not listen camp. Having gold seal hirelings are great. I mean, right there. How do you do that quest by yourself, Titan? That last quest that I just did by yourself without your gold seal hirelings. Lobies need to be gated at a high level of adventurers. Simple DPS them down. DPS what down? What are you DPSing down? You gotta pull levers, Titan. You gotta open doors. There's no DPS them down. That is a foolish notion. Lobies need to be gated at a high level of adventurers. See, that sounds like not a very good mindset. Again, this is it's no different than a fully controllable summon monster. If you could fully control your summon monster spell, maybe. It'd be a different story. But it feels awful short-sighted. You're blinded by the fact that you have no imagination when it comes to other ways to play DDO. You're all about DPS, which is good. We need people to play DPS. You're a god compared to me? Okay, well, first of all, uncapitalize your dumb ass. Because now you've crossed the line. There's only one God, and he sure as hell's not you. Second of all, do we need to go back and talk about your emotional instability because you were getting picked on in the P vs. P pit? No. No. Because I have different goals than you and I enjoy the game differently than you does not compare. That is an excellent way to cross a line and get removed from some people's areas. All right. Doesn't matter, Titan. A god would be able to deal with it. All you're doing is showing how your ego got in the way. And you're letting your ego rule you now. And it's not cool. You know what? We got some wiggle room here. Let's do... So we don't have to do it later. %, that was your ego. Because at any time you could have walked away. Anytime you could have walked away. And just left that P vs. P pit and like, alright, whatever, we're done. But instead, you kept going back in. Hey, man. I watched the video. Mostly because you asked me to. I'm not going to say that you were not being mistreated, but I'm also going to say that you failed to be an adult in the situation. On what's his name's stream? Sorry, VOD, not vid, VOD. Alright, does anyone have a real conversation that you would like to have instead of Titan's ego trip here? We'll give it a good 30-40 seconds. I'm going to talk about moon cheese for a second because I'm going to have some. This moon cheese is made out of 100% cheese. It's like a little cracker. Except they're not crackers. They're just like... I don't know what they are, to be totally honest. I need to see if there's a video on how they make them. But they're like little puffball type things, but they're super dense. Kind of like an odd-shaped Cheez-It. These happen to be Gouda, which is one of my favorite cheeses. Let's see if I can find it. Gouda. Oh, wait. I'm going to record this video. There we go. Start over here. Good players don't need 3 hirelings to be great. Well, so, 1, when's the last time you soloed anything? Like, show me. Log on and start soloing. Log on and start soloing. I'd like to see you solo. Literally anything. You soloed Ella and Tempest Spine. Okay. I didn't see it. Now, TR, do things at level, and don't take a hireling with you. There's your challenge. You got 30 days. No, you have a week, right? You have a week. That's your challenge. TR, do what I'm doing. Do all the quests on level 1 and show them all. On R1, show me. No hirelings. Go get yourself this Smoldering Cudgel right here. It drops on death. Show me that you've not died. I said I picked this up. I picked this up in one of the quests, specifically Ghost of a Chance. At level... That's level 5 quest, so we probably would have done level 7. So we haven't died. And you show me. You show me how it's done. You show me. You show me. I put my shit out here every day. I'm showing people what it's like to play Dungeons & Dragons Online my way. Trying to have a good time. I mix up my builds. You play a build that you're not comfortable with. We'll add to your challenge. You play a caster. So you play a caster as your class. You play it however you want. But you play a caster and you TR your main character right now back to level 1. And you play a class that's different than what you usually play, a build that you usually don't play, and you don't use any hirelings, and you do nothing but Reaper, and you show me. You show me what it's like. You're called out. Because again, I sit here every day and I put myself out there for people. Show me. Missouri is a show me state. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it is, in fact, this show me state. But Titan lives in Colorado. It's not the show me state. I don't know what it is there. I was telling you, Titan, I value and I appreciate you, and you're welcome to question things, but you can't infer that I guess you're not even inferring. You're basically telling me that you're a better player than I am, which is fine. You might be, but put your money where your mouth is. Come to the same spot and show me what it's like. Do it. Put yourself out there. Put yourself out there, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, let's record this next video. Faithless Departed, right? Oop. Greetings and salutations, everyone. It's time for another The Road Most Traveled. This time, we're going to take a side trip to a quest that's... I've been doing a lot the last couple of lives, basically since it was something I had to learn how to do for the hardcore server. And it's actually not a bad quest, so I've been working on it. It's called The Faithful Departed. It's a quest that normally gets skipped in my experience. A lot of people don't enjoy doing it. So, yeah, let's see how it's done. First of all, you get sent off to one of these little explorer zones. Oh, no, this one is not considered an explorer zone. Dumb. Alright, fine, we'll run through. And basically what we have to do is the quest is over here. Ish. But there's a crack in the way. Big old crack in the way. So how do we get there? First of all, we jump down here in the water and we swim over to this, I don't know, graded area. There's going to be some drow along the way. Just run around and pick them off as necessary. And then you're going to notice, if you're looking for it, that there's another ramp right here that goes up and around. And this is what we want to take. We want to take this ramp up and around. So basically this area was blocked off from us before. And then we just simply go around over this bridge and then we're at the quest. I don't want to even explain to you how long it took me to find this the first time on the hardcore server. It was just straight up embarrassing how long it took to find this on the hardcore server. Just straight up. Alright, Faithful Departed, R10 at level. Let's get to work. We'll go ahead and summon our traditional healer bot here so we don't have to waste a lot of extra time firing off self-heal scrolls or meditating or drinking potions or whatever other nonsense that people who don't like hirelings do. Alright, the challenges to this quest, the main challenge, is that there are a couple of these venerated undead, okay? And their resting places are busy being looted by the Scaros here. So what we have to do is when we find these we have to go knock them down. The challenge is going to be our Colors of the Queen procs. Hopefully we won't have too many Colors of the Queen procs go off when we're in the process of trying to save these guys, because they do take damage from us, which is pretty annoying. But and they will attack us until we get all the other hostiles out of the way, and then they'll be chill. Meanwhile, a lot of this quest is running around and shooting drows in the face, which is everybody's favorite pastime, or should be. Should be high on the list. I'm not gonna get that lever pulled before this scorpion turns around. Get out of here. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Alright, drink our poison pot. Thagar says that in the old days in this quest, if you killed one of the mummies at all, the quest would be over. Don't remember it ever being like that, but to be really fair, I only did this quest a handful of times before I put it away. Alright, so here's our first venerated room. So we're going to do a couple of things. One, we're going to make sure that we got our know the angles running. We're going to make sure we have our haste on. We're going to go ahead and fire off our recurve strike.
Open the door to drow desecrating the coffins in this room. Must prevent them from destroying the corpses.
Alright, that was pretty good. There's a venerated, I think. Can't target it anymore. No, the venerator's dead. Great. Okay. One down. Thought we had it. I thought we had it cleared. I thought we were good, but apparently not. Apparently I messed up. It's okay. We got some more. We got some more. Worst case scenario, we'll do the quest a second time. That's the glorious thing about Dungeons and Dragons Online. If you first don't succeed, try again, right? Man, that's aggravating, though. Alright. Don't think this is another venerated room, but we'll kick the door open like it is. Huzzah! No. Just a famine reaper.
The sounds of splintering wood and dying drow dissipate as you enter this section of the tomb.
Yeah, it is a tough quest to solo, I'll agree. It's a tough quest to do in general, I think. There's our silver key to open that locked door here in a minute. Grab our hireling here and get it topped off. Yeah, Warboyne says I usually skip this one altogether. I usually do too, but again, remember the idea of this entire series that we're recording is to have a guide for everybody to be able to watch every... Hopefully it'll eventually be every quest from level 1 to 20. I can't make promises on every single quest, but I would very much like to have every single quest. I need to... I'll probably have to get some help for Elemental Evil Part 2. I could probably fumble my way through Part 1 now. I feel like I don't think it'd be quick. I feel like it would be slow. But I think we can handle it. Alright, we got a couple of random traps here. They're actually... Well, I was going to say they're not too bad and you can skip them, but apparently that time I decided to run right into it. Like a real hero. But if you're quick, you can run through all these traps. The first, like when they spawn or whatever, you can move forward and then get through them. The damage on them are not too bad, all things considered. On the hardcore server, I was so scared of this quest. Because again, the first time I had done it, literally in years, was on the hardcore server. Trying to get that favor, because the earlier you can get your favor clear, right? The earlier you get your favor clear, the better off you are. And man, I had some real issues there. Falling blades like this can be timed. Again, my character does not have any evasion, does not have anything overly special when it comes to traps. Just try to move through it while it's going up is the big secret to doing the blade traps like that. Sonic traps, again, I just try to move through before they start to activate. If you're the first guy through, it's not generally a big deal for a lot of these traps in particular. Hey, get off my hireling. What did I just say? Just say get off my hireling. Her job is to make sure I do not have to spend twice as much money on potions. Huh. Apparently, Scaru don't like spiders for some reason. Is that a thing? Must be. Let's see. Alright, you do have to go along both sides of this because there are venerated on, I feel like, both sides. So you do have to check both sides and make sure that you are not needed. Even though this is just a double hallway here. Gotta go that way. Must be another lever down here somewhere, or a rune or something to pull. No, this is my main character. This guy's got several TRs under his belt. There we go. What's left? There's a drow over here left. There we go. Now we were able to get a venerated. Keep it safe. She doesn't want to fix my boo-boos. Very well. Would I say these past lives are helping? I would say the past lives help for every life. To be honest. The past lives are, in general, very strong. We can go into real details on the build after the video here. I'll be happy to talk about the strengths of all of those. But long story short, if you can get your TRs done to be the best you can possibly be at the end game, I would advise that you give it a shot. Yeah, we're definitely missing something back this. Another door this way. Definitely missed something back here. Ah, there's another lever. Okay. Like I was going forward trying to find a lever, but I couldn't. Just happened to walk past it, I guess. Alright, so now we can go this hallway right here. That's the shrine. Again, I don't recall what's in this this room, but it looks like there's probably going to be another venerated. I have probably done this quest now. Yeah, there's a venerated room for sure. I've probably done this quest now 7 times in the last 6 months. And if we talk about lifetime, I've probably done this quest 8 times lifetime. I did it once with Lessa and I did it once with the guys, I think. Oh, now we have a real problem. So now this is going to be a pretty rough little fight here. We got multiple champs. We have to get the Scaros down. We've got to get the priest down. Oh, could this be the one that we get murdered in? No, we're good. Like waiting for this death to get me now that I picked up my smoldering cudgel. It's like the sword of Damocles hanging over my head. Just can't let it go. Okay. So now we can run back. So there's a guy here. Was there a guy in this room? I think there was, right? Guy in that room. And then we should be good at the end. There is a guy at the end. I have not figured out how to save the guy at the very, very end of the quest. Which is why you have 4 things can die, and I think there's 5 guys in the quest. I may not be correct. Go inquisitive. Alright.
The final burial chamber waits at the bottom of this ladder. You feel a palpable sense of disquiet.
I'm going to make sure that we have our buffs running. Actually, you know what? Let's fire off the shadow weapons here. 5 more minutes. Give every little put.
As you cross the threshold,
We need to get the guys up here aggroed on us and not on the venerated.
destroying the last of the venerated.
Alright, the last venerated is up there. We've got these guys down here on our case, running around. Venerated is now in the middle. He's now chasing us as much as anybody. Let's get the other scare rope. We get the things off the venerated. Pick a bad thing and delete it, I guess. Let's get this. Alright, are we actually going to be able to keep this last venerated alive? That would be a real shock, wouldn't it? Alright. We got 2 more minions left. One over here shooting at us. And then is the other one over here like last time? Aha, it is. Yes. There we go, boys. There we go. It didn't even... And ladies. And ladies. And we didn't lose the last guy. That feels good. Feels real good. Alright. So there we go. Faithful departed. We lost the first one. But we were able to save the next 3. Man, feels good. What was the time in the quest? 16 minutes. The rate of XP return was not great, right? It was 12,000 experience. Yeah, but still, quests that you don't always do. All right, so if you enjoyed the quest, please hit the like, subscribe, follow buttons over on twitch.tv/SamusGrobo or youtube.com/SamusGrobo. I really appreciate it. And let's see what our awesome end reward was. Nothing. Unless this mall is like level 3. No, nothing. Alright, everybody, thanks for watching. We'll see you soon. Toodles. Alright, so let's answer some questions. Do I ever run with anyone? I run with guildies when possible, and I run with anybody who's watching the stream. So if you're watching the stream and you're on the Soluna server, with rare exception, you're welcome to send me a tell at Samus, and if you're level appropriate, I'll be happy to bring you along on the quest. Again, that is on Soluna server, or if I happen to be on a different server and you'd like to, like when the hardcore server starts up again, if you'd like to help me out or play with me, more than happy to bring you along. I don't usually put up an LFM. I'll probably do a LFM life at some point where I'll put an LFM up for every quest. But I long time ago, I got away from it. Putting up LFMs and joining LFMs, like, very rarely. I do occasionally join Voodoo Spice. In particularly, as other people that, people know, he'll hit me up for raids and stuff. I'm on his friends list, so he hits me up when we're level appropriate. But short of that, I really because I'm on this TR grind and I have a weird schedule, it's really difficult for other people to stay on the same TR grind as me. Sounds cool. You played a long time ago when the cap was 16, but you haven't played. You haven't. I'm assuming you said you haven't played since, but you're downloading it again right now since you just got a new PC. Sweet, welcome. Yeah, DDO is in a good spot, really good spot. I would definitely recommend if you have money to spend, which I know not everybody does. If you have money to spend, try to pick up Ravenloft when you're level appropriate, and Sharn when you're level appropriate. So that's 10 and 15. Those two quests together, or not quests, but packs together, are some of the most enjoyable content to come out of DDO in a while, in my opinion. I really, really do love those quests. Ravenloft more than Sharn, I think, but just like the littlest amount. Like, Ravenloft for me is probably a 10 out of 10. And Sharn is probably like a 9.5, something like that. 9.2, 9.5. It's very, very good. Good loots, good experience, fun quests. Really, really love them. Really, really love them. They have both epic versions and heroic versions. Very, very fun. Very good. Would recommend. Top notch. Alright, let's see. Spellcraft. Disable device. Don't need open lock yet. Search, yes. Spot. I keep doing spot as well as search, mostly because I don't remember where everything is in the quest, and that's just how it is. Alright, and then let me grab some quests here. Do I want teleport? I think I want protection from elements for sure. Do I care about any of the rest of these things? Not really, right? So we'll take Summon Monster. I mentioned Epic Catacombs. I did. So Catacombs will become epic with the next update. They're making those epic. So again, over at DDO.com, there is a starter pack that I always recommend people pick up when you're kind of... Once you decided you'd like to invest a little bit of money into DDO, you don't know that you want to play on a VIP sub, which is what I do. I play the biggest VIP sub, so I pay, I think it's $99 a year, which means I'm paying like $8 something a month to play. Here we go. This starter pack. I recommend that people get this starter pack. And this starter pack includes Catacombs. And like I said, they're in the process of upgrading the Catacombs to be epic-fied. So I definitely check it out. Yeah, that's viewable. People couldn't see that. Let's see. They're also doing Epic Deliras, which will be really good. Oh, you pay $20 a month Canadian. Wow, is that much of a markup in Canada? That's crazy. For VIP status? You could potentially save money then by going... buying your stuff through the DDO store, just buying your packs. Like, that, you might be better off buying stuff like this, especially when they're on sale. Like right now, I think a lot of the packs are on sale. Or maybe that was last week. Yeah, it looks like that was last week. That's true. You would lose the experience. And you'd lose like the run around town speed and a couple other perks. But I'm a big fan of the VIP status. I am. Okay, let's see. We had a couple other comments that I wanted to go through here. Oh, the quest. Yeah, I'm trying... One of the things that I'm trying to do with this series, besides just put out a series of videos for other people to watch and be able to at least have one person go through the quest for them, is I would like to start expanding my quest repertoire and get out of my exact same grind of quests for two reasons. One, I feel like when you do that and you just grind the same quest every time, it can get a little monotonous for the viewers, so I want to be able to branch out my quest pool for people. Second of all, I want to basically become proficient with all the quests between 1 and 20 very intimately for the next hardcore server. Right, I want to be able to do that. Yeah, Epic Deliras. 64-bit client, too. That's the big one for me. Hopefully that'll prevent a lot of the crashes and stuff that people tend to have. So let's spend these points, and then let's talk about past lives and the perks out of the past lives that are so important. I think we're going to grab this 5% extra double shot. I think we're going to grab this extra 2 damage here. Then I'm going to reset my tree here so I can take this dexterity point. Yeah, that's better. So these are my racial points. I just want to keep fine-tuning them and taking as many of these, the core enhancements as possible. Okay. So, let's talk about the perks of being a TR with past lives and such. So, first thing that's most important about TRing is once you've done one of each of the class lives, right? You can take a feat at level 3 called Completionist. And by doing that, you get +2 to all your skills and +2 to all your ability scores. So that is essentially +3 to all skills, +1 to hidden damage, 1 extra life per level, 1 extra DC to pretty much all your spells if you ever cast, +1 to all your saving throws. If you just start thinking about all the things that +1 to your ability scores mean, that's an amazingly huge feat to take, right? So that's the first big thing that kind of comes to mind. But then if you start breaking down your traditional past lives, they all like add up really quickly. So every time you take an artificer life, you get +1 to intelligence-based skills and UMD. So if you look over at your intelligence-based skills, for example, search is intelligence-based skilled. Spellcraft is intelligence-based skill. Disable device is intelligence-based skill. So it makes it where you're getting an extra +3 to all of those trapping skills, for example, right? And then we come back over here and we keep looking through this. Keep that in the back burner for a second. Plus, of course, obviously UMD, right? Plus 3 more to your UMDs, an extra 15% chance to fire off a scroll. So that's a big deal. Barbarian giving you extra hit points. You're getting an extra 30 hit points from your 3 barbarian lives. That's like frees up an item slot essentially. Of course, you want to fill that item slot with more hit points, but that's a big deal. Bard's giving you +2 to your enchantments and illusion saves, which illusion saves not necessarily that big of a deal. But enchantments, that's hold person, hold monster, autos, resistible dance. A lot of the spells that say fail this and the monsters are going to kill you, that's +6 to those saving throws. That's massive. Cleric is giving you +1 DC, of course, if you have 3 of them. 3 DCs to your conjuration spells. That's Blade Barrier and that's Web. So my web DC right now is 30, but it's been 30 basically since I had web. Like it's not heightened, which would just give me more, which is on the short list for things to pick up. So every time I cast web, it's about as good as it can get. It can get what I have 5th level spells, so I can get +3 right now on my web, so I can take it to 33. Like the difference between 33 and 30. Maybe is a huge deal, but I don't have to have any gear swaps. I don't have to have anything else special about it. Yeah, Alchemist is conjuration spells, so that again, that's going to be web primarily. Let's see. We talked about completionist. Druid is giving my NPCs +2 to each of their ability scores for up to +6. I kind of talked about that earlier, where if there's an attribute-based switch that needs to be pulled, say like let me just pull up my stats here. Say like there's a 26 strength lever, right? Or a 25 wisdom rune. I don't have the ability to do those right now, right? Because my wisdom is 23. I don't know if there happens to be a 25 wisdom lever or rune, but there could be. Right? So instead, I can pull out a hireling. The hirelings are going to, between me and the buff, the ship buff, I don't remember which one it is, they're going to get +9 to all of their stat attributes. And one of the ways that they boost, here we go, here's one here, for example, in the Wild Grove. One of the ways that they boost the hirelings to be more useful is they artificially inflate their stats, because it's one of the easiest ways to like modify a character without changing a bunch of things on the back end. So like even Ellery, when you summon her, I've had her pull like level 25 strength levers, for example. She just like has this insane strength that for a level 3 cleric hireling. But again, she's starting off with an extra +9. So it adds up so fast. So that's the Druid past life feats that are being so helpful. Favorite souls are +1 to my evocation spell DCs. No, spell penetration. Sorry, spell penetration. This one I'm not using quite as much. I don't have any like insta-kill effects yet. But I probably will take some a little bit later on, and then that'll be a big deal. Right now we're getting 20 additional spell points. So that's 60 extra spell points for doing the favorite soul stuff. Fighter's giving me an extra +3 to my attack rolls and my tactical feats. I'm not currently stunning anything, but when I did my monk life last life, it was a big deal to be able to get that extra +3 to stun. Monk right now is not... It's doing some. It's giving me +1 damage. But if you're on a monk life and you take the pay for feat that this unlocks, then it steps your damage up an extra notch, which is a big deal for the monk. So 3 damage all the time. I'm gonna skip Paladin and go to Ranger real fast. Ranger gives you extra +6 damage, 2 for every Ranger life. So now I'm doing 9 extra points of damage with the crossbow. I have 2 crossbows, 1 in each hand. So that's an extra 18 points of damage per attack animation. Right? Like that's a lot of extra damage if you think about it. Paladin is giving me 30% healing amp. Wow, it used to be less than that, I thought. Yeah, that's great. I thought it used to be 5, I thought. Now it's 10. Insane. Yeah, okay. They must have changed that when they changed how healing amp kind of worked and applied. Rogue is giving you +2 saving throws to traps per life, which is an extra +6 to my ability to get through the traps, and an extra +1 sneak attack damage per life. So now I'm doing 9 points of 9 points of damage. But if they don't have me targeted, say like I'm hitting them first, or I hit them with a sneak attack, or I make them helpless, now I'm doing an extra 3 on top of that. So now I'm doing 12 or 24 with the 2 crossbows. So see how these things like add up really quickly to get these extra damage, especially if you're going to be ranged, for example. Sorcerer is giving the plus to the evocation spells, so that's Firewall and Electric Loop and Sonic Blast right now for me. That actually really matter. But there'll be other evocation spells really soon that'll add up. And then Warlock is giving you to your magical resistance rating, which means you're taking less damage from lightning bolts. When the Plague Reapers are hitting you with their nasty spells, all that stuff helps. And then of course Wizard is giving me an extra 6 to my spell penetration, plus the extra 3 from the Favored Soul. That's 9 more to my spell penetration. That's like it's a lot. It's really good. So when I do start casting spells that like if I want to cast on a drow, or like a hold monster on a drow, drows are going to have like 30 to 40 or 50 even spell resistance, where you're rolling a d20 and adding in your spell penetration. Like Implosion, that's another good one. Like all those things involve getting past their spell resistance. So if I wanted to be a DC based spellcaster, I would get like 18, 19 points of spell penetration from my items, and then having that extra 9 just pushes you on the top when you're adding your d20, and you're adding like 40. So Wizard right now is not doing a ton, again because I'm mostly ranged, but it does add quite a bit to the things. And then as racial lives, of course racial lives are very important. The first tier of the racial life gives you a skill. The second tier of a racial life gives you a stat point, and the third one gives you an extra ability point. Yeah, as a DC-based spellcaster, there's a couple of things in particular you want to look for. So, if I was working on my DC based spellcasting, I would obviously do wizards first, right? Knock out my wizards. And then I would strongly take a look at doing drow lives and gnome lives. So drow and gnome will give you an extra, again, if you're a arcane spellcaster. If you are a divine spellcaster, DC based spellcaster, then I would do the wisdom based lives. But as a I assume when you talk DC based spellcaster, you're going to be an intelligence based spellcaster. And then you go get your extra 2 intelligence from that. Right? And then from there, then you can go back and get things like your favorite soul life, clean up your completionist, and then I would also recommend everybody really pick up their 3 barbarian lives. Charisma based DC spellcaster. So you're a Sork? You're DC based Sork? Warlock, of course. I didn't even think about Warlock. Warlock in my brain are I forget that they actually cast real spells. Oh, I'm such an a-hole. Warlocks are not one of my top spellcasting classes. But yeah, so it all adds up quite a bit. So when you look at this, you know, I've got what, 9 racial points, which even, like, just look at these racial points right here, for example. I'm picking up +2 to my saving throws, picking up an extra +2 to my dexterity. I've got a whole other sneak attack die and an extra +2 to hit on sneak attacks. Like, that's very quick. The car with this warlock fish. You dork. They all work together really nicely. So, again, to me, I always tell people, if you're starting to look at doing lives, you need to kind of look at a couple of things. One, you need to figure out if you're going to run the same platform over and over and over again, which I personally like to mix it up pretty much from life to life. I am going to do 2 lives as a crossbow build to kind of try to normalize for these videos. I'm hoping with 2 lives in the warlock fish bastard. I'm hoping with 2 lives that I'll be able to do the quests, and we're making pretty good progress. It may take us 3 lives, but I'm trying to normalize how we go through the quests, right? So people aren't like, hey, you're whatever. You have a 4th already life. Nice. So you're, what, 1/4 of the way there? There's 12 lives. 12 classes in DDO. Trying to find classes here. I can't read. Can't read so good today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 now. 16. 16 pretty soon. So you're 1/4 of the way done if you have 4 done. UMD for heal scrolls are important for pretty much everybody. UMD for cure serious ones are really important. Like there's a bunch of stuff for sure. So I would recommend to people that you think about how you like to play, and work on your lives accordingly. So, like, for example, I'm not a big fighter guy. I did not care for so I put them off to last, right? Or next to last. I don't know what was literally the last on my class-based TRs. But I did one, right? I did the one so I could get my completionist early on, and then I kind of worked through ones that I like to do. So because I liked range, and range was pretty good at the time, I did my ranger stuff. I did my ranger stuff, and then for a while I was doing like monk based stuff. So then I did all my monk lives, and then my monk lives carried me through like paladin, and I think a couple of favorite soul lives even got carried through on that. But even though my favorite way to play DDO is on a wizard, but you can't use, like at the time you couldn't use 8 levels or 9 levels of wizard to carry you all the way through the end of the game, but 9 levels of monk, for example, could carry you all the way to level 20. And that was kind of how I went about my early TRs, was what kind of platforms could I do to carry me to the end. So now with Inquisitive, ranged again is very high on the awesome pile. Yeah, I feel like 9 levels of monk can carry you to level 20 pretty easily. That gives you, especially if you have like the ability to do some crafting, and you can craft some life-stealing hand wraps. Wonder if this is a person on the stream, watching the stream, or if he's just hitting the trainer for some reason. I'm in Cannith crafting. With the Cannith crafting, you can do some pretty cool stuff. Let me pull up and link the CC planner for everybody. And I can dip into the Cannith crafting for a quick second. But Cannith crafting is a way to make like non-green steel stuff. Yeah, there you go. You've been crafting then. So like if you craft a weapon, you can do, I'm pretty sure you can do, maybe it's here. Yeah, I think it's an optional. So you can do vampirism here at level, on the extra slot. So like at level 10 you can do vampirism stuff, or you can just do the macabre hand wraps. All I know is I did an awful lot with those macabre hand wraps this life. But I also have like an old pair of, like 2 or 3 different old pair of hand wraps. Yeah, at level 10 there's an extra slot you can unlock when you craft, when the item is level 10. I have not read the producer's letter yet, but people have hit me with some of the details, and like I've seen a lot of tweets and stuff out of it, and Titan was like running through what he thought was the key features earlier. So like I have these hand wraps from the old version of the Canis system, so they don't have a plus modifier on them, but they're wholly of lesser vampirism. And then I have like an old pair that are very similar, that they have no plus, and they have no modifiers to them except for the fact that they are lesser vampirism, so I can wear them like a level 3 or something. Here. Yep, I'm glad I could help. Shifter hype? Ooh, are we gonna get the shifter race like proper? That'd be pretty cool. They moved heal from 0 to 1 in Reaper, I think. What is that? I don't understand that. Do I need to pull up this letter? Yeah, I'm glad I could help. Again, I'm pretty willing to talk about it in depth if people want. I said I have my own like way to look at it. Yeah, I have the link for it, but I'll just bring it up again. Here,
They are indeed doing Shifter.
They are indeed doing Shifter. That's cool. It's probably going to be terrible, but that'd be okay. I'd like to see Shifter. Sweet. Yeah, they're definitely obviously lining up for Season 2. Mortality will be replaced by Classic Foe Eritricos, huh? That will empower champions with devilish powers. Alright, I'm on board. What is it? What's the meme from Rick and Morty? Son of a bitch, I'm in. Son of a bitch, I'm in. Alright, what else do we got? The 64-bit client, which we heard about, which I'm hoping that'll clean up a lot of issues. The improvements for the shared bank, I saw those on Jerry's stream the other day. It's pretty good. It's like they literally listened to everything I said. I was pretty obviously they were working on it beforehand, but they kind of ripped everything out of my brain that I wanted. Back to Cerulean Hills. Just sweet. The sudden appearance of a strange hut in the harbor. Okay. Shared bank improvements. You're going to get, in addition to the search option, you're going to get some sort options. So you'll be able to put in, you'll be able to put it by alphabetical order. You'll be able to put it A through Z or Z through A. You'll be able to sort by level, up or down. And you'll be able to sort by newest to oldest. So one of the problems I've had with the shared bank is that, you put a bunch of stuff in it to get ready to TR, for example. You put all your low-level TR stuff in at the very end because it ends up in your shared bank. And you're, throwing that stuff out of there, out of your bank and dumping into your shared bank. So, all, this for me and this cloak for me and wherever that damn belt is hiding right here. A lot of this stuff all gets put into the shared bank at the same time, right before I TR. So then it's I gotta click all the way to page 8 and click through those things and pray that it doesn't close or freak out or whatever. And then I had a couple other things that they were saying that they might add in later, like wearables versus weapons or whatever, but I'll take the first things and just be happy with that. Where's my owlbear? So my owlbear... Do I actually have an owlbear? I think I have an owlbear. I don't think I have... No, I do not have an owlbear. So, my owlbear, in the way, way, way back machine, when you first purchased that expansion pack, when you TR'd, you got a new copy of that expansion pack every time. So, one of the things that I often did, and I know other people often did, when they TR'd, was they would throw away all of those items that would respawn when you TR'd, like your owlbears and stuff. So I did it. I went through the process and I threw my owlbear away and TR'd. And at some point they did a stealth change where you didn't get all that stuff over again. So I used to get all of my pre-purchase stuff. I used to get my event ticket. I used to get a bunch of other things. Anything that you use to make a brand new character, you used to get all that stuff over again. Most of it was just crap you just threw in the trash anyway. But it was things like these figurines of Wondrous Power and my owlbear and stuff like that. So one time I TR'd, I didn't get all that stuff didn't come back. and I didn't notice it, I guess, or I didn't think it was a big deal, and I put in a ticket a couple of times, and I've heard nothing. At some point, I'll put a ticket in again and see if they give it back to me. And then let's see what they're talking about the second half of the year. Next expansion, nice. People are going to the mystical plane of Feywild. And joining will be our new player, Race the Shifter. Sweet. I'm down. Shifter is one of the classes I thought they could do in DDO very easily. Honestly, I think Shifter should have like 3 different race enhancement trees. So you could be like Claw, you could be like Defense, and you can be like Smarter or whatever. Like have those trees be race trees. I think that'd be really sweet. And then see. Yeah, Titan was talking about moving past level 30. Shifting into a dragon. Yeah, see, so the shifter classes... assuming that you are... They're basing it off of the shifter race in the handbook, right? Get out of here with your stupid ad.
Lisa said, "Where is the plunger?"
Apple CarPlay integration. The all-new Subaru Legacy.
Is that you making noise? It is you making noise. Damn you, Sharktopus. Alright, so never mind. The shifters have a couple of different like categories that you can go down. So you get like the claw guy, the bite guy, the armor guy. Terrell, do you remember some of the other ones?
Don't.
Those are like the 3 that stand out to me. So like, how does 8 subraces? There you go. Perfect. Thank you. How does this affect your past lives? Which part? Like, to me, currently it won't affect my past lives at all. I'm just going to continue to try to run out the racial lives. The main thing that's going to happen for me that'll honestly affect me in a meaningful way is that when Alchemist comes out, I will no longer qualify for Completionist until I do an Alchemist life. So that is how things will affect me, which basically means that I have to do an Alchemist life immediately after it comes out, more or less. And then it'll be back to normal. Bat, bear, boar, croc, rat, shot, tiger, and wolf. Yeah. Yeah, so all I'm having to do 3 extra lives. Because I'll get triple completionist on it. And what else are we actually talking about here? Anything else in particular? Legendary versions of some well-known raids. That'd be cool. Like a legendary version of the Titan, I think, would be pretty sweet. But I like the Titan raid. Alright, I think we don't have any blur going on, do we? We have ghostly. That's not the same thing as blur. Is this blurred? This bell might be blurred. Yeah, never mind. That's the belt is blurry, so we don't need blur. I guess we need resist energy though. Get in the habit to carrying it around again. Yeah, Vision of Destruction would be good. Now I need to figure out a place to put... Guess we don't need to jump potion this life. You think we need to change? Not particularly. Oh, Tobrel, I finally pulled a Retribution. How many bloody years has that been?
That... What is that?
That's the Threnal Longsword.
Oh. Was it about many criticals, or was it just by good, holy, and stuff?
No, it's just good and holy and true law with a red slot now.
Does it look awesome?
I don't know. I mean, not terrible. The point is I've never pulled one. I've never... Today's the first day I've finally pulled a goddamn one of these things. After, I don't even know how many running through the fucking quest chain. Yeah, Remington was very excited. It actually confirmed sometime in December beef about peace talks. Yeah, pretty excited. I know Remington is. Remington, like I said, I think he's got Google alerts set up for anything Dresden. Want help with Temple of Elemental Evil? Let me know. Perfect. Well, if you're level appropriate when I'm ready to do Temple of Elemental Evil, I will take you up on it. I'm hoping to have a handful of people at least, because I do not know it at all. You started rereading them already in preparation. It won't take me that long to reread them, but I'll probably reread them as well. The big crime that I committed this year, and I figured out after the fact. What the hell was that?
What?
I swear I heard somebody, maybe it was a bird or something. I heard something go, yeah, like a, I don't know, it shook me.
You're on the cocaine.
Cocaine! Let's see, Roshan here is pretty good. The parrot at the bar, that was it. I didn't recognize it, and it just came out of nowhere. But I realized that I did not watch my yearly viewing of Eurotrip. Yeah, the Iron Druid stuff's on my short list to read too, since you recommended it so highly. Damn you, Sharktopus. So I was reading a thing, Tobrel, a little bit earlier today about the keto diet. They want you to eat a egg-based meal every 3 to 4 hours. And you have a minimum of eating, what do they say, 6 eggs a day. And you're supposed to eat even if you're not hungry. It seems crazy to me. Just crazy. I may have to, depending on how things go, I may have to change and try to break things down to eat every 3 hours next month. See if it helps. Alright, what do we want to do now that we've taken level 11? 9s, right? 9s. Where do we want to go? We could run through the Vaughn flagging quests. What's the purpose of the diet? Well, you put your body in what they call ketosis, which is basically the state of your body eating its fat reserves. And hopefully you burn a lot of calories that way. Like, because even though you're full, because you're eating plenty of foods, mostly fat, your body has fuel to do stuff, but you still need to burn your fat reserves that way. And it keeps your body in ketosis and go to town. So it's is another tricky way to lose weight, basically. Welcome to the stream, Bubba Yay. Oh yay! So those are true statements. They can be bad, which is part of the reason that they actually have, there's a, what they call like healthy ketosis, which is basically why you're watching the other parts of your food. Like there's a lot of reading and a lot of discussion on following this diet and the reason why you eat certain things.
It's supposed to be like a good for just a little bit thing too.
Not necessarily. I've seen people that have been on it for multiple years in a row, and honestly, it's very, very similar to the concept behind like the caveman diet, which is just something that I've eaten for a long time. It's more of increasing your fat and lowering the other stuff. So, like, you're still getting all your basic vitamins and stuff. That's also true. Beef says different body types work with different diets. So this is my problem. I am definitely overweight. I definitely need to lose some weight. I did 2 years where I went to the gym every day and worked out super hard for 2 hours at a time. I did more than an hour of cardio every day. Okay, Monday through Friday. More than an hour of cardio Monday through Friday. And about an hour of weightlifting every day. Like hard cardio, hard weightlifting. I didn't lose any weight. I didn't lose any inches from anything. I just got stronger, which was good. That was part of the goal. But I thought that that the two things would help. And then I rode my bike like crazy. And I lost some weight when I was riding my bike like crazy, but I was riding my bike like 7-ish hours a day. Like I was just riding my bike nonstop. But my bike was, when that was going on, my bike was in and out of the shop constantly, and I was just spending all sorts of money on it. And then finally my bike went to the shop for like 7 months, and I kind of fell out of that habit. Right, I know that muscle weighs more than fat, but I was using like weight measurements, not weight measurements, like measuring my belly and stuff. So, and I've tried other diets. I spent last, I don't know, year doing the, and I still am, the intermittent fasting. So I basically eat from 2 to 10, or within 8 hours of my first meal, whenever that happens to be, is my last meal. So like today, I didn't eat anything until 6 o'clock. So I'll probably eat something after the stream. So I'm fine. How is this helping your migraines? To be really honest, I think it has helped. My pain is generally lower right now. I don't know if it's actually helping a ton. Or maybe I've just had a good month. Like sometimes I do have good months when it comes to my migraines. But I'm sure that losing some weight in general will help take the pressure off of my neck muscles, so hopefully it won't move, my neck won't move back around again. Yeah, see, and that was just it, Thakar, is like, even when I was riding the bike, and I was riding the bike on a very intense thing, getting my heartbeat over 120, 130 was actually pretty tough. I could get it to 135 after about 45 minutes on the bike. On what they would call it like a 35 degree angle incline on the resistance rating. And like I can keep my heartbeat, like it runs a little hot like normally, but it doesn't adjust very much higher. So I just need to drop some weight. The big thing is that I was recording a bus video and we were talking about something and I moved my hat is what I did. I adjusted my hat. And one of those things that really fat people do is your belly like falls out from underneath your shirt. And that that to me has always been that's it. You are 100% losing weight. Like, that was it. The minute my belly hung underneath my shirt, I was done. And I'm like, that's it. That's my motivation. So anytime that I start to, like, worry about my motivation or anything like that, I didn't post that clip online. I'll do a different video on that sometime in the future, maybe. But anytime that I start to have any kind of hesitation or whatever, I will put that video back on and I will watch it and I will get my shit back in shape. As I'm done. I'm done. And I don't have to lose a lot to be happy. If I could lose, like, if I can get somewhere in the 250-ish range, I'll be happy. I'll be content. But I could lose a lot more than that. I could, like, I bounce back and forth between 290 and like 305. So I've got to run that. I got to get that back under control. Got to lose some poundage. Like I said, 250 would still be overweight for my height, but until I can do some other stuff, I gotta get my ass. I gotta eat some of this ass.
Dead ass.
Dead ass. I don't know. Like I said, I feel like it's so easy to put it on, and it is so hard to lose it. I know, and here's the thing: is I still have like a 500-pound lift. Like I probably lost some, but I mean I was lifting, I was squatting, like I was doing butterflies, like I was good. Something I am considering for next month, and I haven't convinced myself to do it yet because I think it'll take a lot of time, is I've been considering doing that 100 push-ups a day challenge. I am a little concerned. Push-ups do pull on my back in a weird way, but I've been considering doing that. I've also been considering doing the minute a day, or try to get to a minute a day planking. Don't do the 100 push-ups a day challenge. I don't know. I've known a lot of people who have gotten really good results like that. Go play on monkey bars. I do like doing that. I enjoy rock climbing quite a bit. It's one of the reasons I hope to drop some weight.
You know, instead, you could get the Apple Watch so that you can use the program I wrote called the iWank.
The iWank? But then I have to wank.
Yeah. Do that for 100 minutes a day.
100 minutes a day? Wow.
Yeah. What?
Well, would I need a watch for that? Could I just not...
Well, it's going to track you. I mean, that's the thing, right?
But can't I just track myself? Can I just, like...
It does it automatically for you.
Man, that sounds like an awful lot of money for something I could do myself. I'm trying to streamline my life, not add more
How are you going to get on the
complications.
leaderboards if you don't have the iWank?
Can I not self-report?
No, you have to use the app. The app's the only way you get on the leaderboard.
Well, then I guess I'm not going to get on the leaderboard then.
Well, guess you're just going to let all your fans down when you're not on the iWank leaderboards.
I guess so. I don't know. Fans, if you guys would like, if you guys buy me an iWatch, or what did you call it, Tobrell?
The Apple Watch.
An Apple Watch. Do you need to have an Apple phone for that?
Not now.
Okay.
You can make standalone apps now.
Okay, so all I need apparently is an Apple Watch, and I will, and if you guys are interested, we'll make Tobrell actually make the iWank app, and we'll get on the leaderboard.
Yeah, leaderboard, man. Achievements.
Beef says he'll donate to not know about my wanking. So how does that measure things just like regular intercourse?
I mean, like
Does that just not count?
There's heartbeat, accelerometer.
Well, my hand's not going to be accelerometering that much.
Yeah, well,
I don't know about you,
it's gonna
but
be moving.
in regular intercourse?
What do you not move your hand while you wank? Like do you move your entire
I'm not
body?
wanking, that's what I'm
And
saying.
your wrist is.
I'm saying regular intercourse with like a
Oh.
person.
Well, it's just gonna be heartbeat then.
Well, then couldn't I just like keep my heartbeat up?
I mean, theoretically.
Theoretically. Would it know? Would it know the difference? Just go into regular sex mode and
I think so. I think unless you wank by not moving your wrist, then
what happens if I switch off?
well then you gotta
So what if
wear 2 watches.
okay, everybody, if you want, I just need 2 eye watches to accurately be able to monitor my wanking time.
I mean, I feel like you're not serious about getting on these leaderboards.
Hey, if people donate that, I will make it happen. Beef says he'll donate to not make it happen, so... Apple Watch, overpriced wankometer. I agree.
You've used one.
Not an Apple Watch, I guess. Or a wankometer, actually. That awkward moment people ask why you wear 2 watches. I'll tell them. I'll straight up tell them, because I don't fib. I mean, people who know me know that I'll tell them the truth. And I'll be like, so my best friend talked my stream into making me measure my masturbating.
I'm just saying.
There's another person saying they wouldn't contribute. Man, Tobrell, I think you're doing this all wrong. I think people would be more likely to go to patreon.com/Samius and support the stream for me not to have an Apple Watch to wank to. Just saying. Well, should we do the Vaughn videos? Should we break the Vaughn videos into 2, or should we just do them all at once? One big video. I feel like one big video would be really long. Vaughn 3 is pretty long. Like I could do like 1, 2, and 4 in the same amount of time it takes to do Vaughn. I don't think if I could do all 3 in the same amount of time it would take me to do Vaughn 3. Break them into 2. Like, what do you think? Like 1 and 3 and 2 and 4? That's probably pretty close to the same amount of time, right? No, I'm not going to do a bunch of extra R's. We're doing the videos to show people how to do the quest. Yeah, okay. Alright, we'll do that. We'll give it a shot. Does anybody have anything else they would like to add that's in the after dark nature of the stream before we move into recording the proper videos?
I feel hurt, really.
Yeah, you have feelings?
I feel hurt that you're not supporting my new career.
Honey, Tobrell, I want you to publish this iWank app and get the leaderboards up and running. I may not be on this leaderboard, but I highly encourage everybody out there who has an iWatch to download Tobrell's new iWank app. I'm not sure how Tobrell makes money on this iWank app, but
I just have the satisfaction knowing I'm the best at what I do.
because you're the only user. The
I'll be on the
leaderboard is
leaderboard.
you 14 times.
Well, yeah, different classes.
Just today.
and styles.
Just today.
Different, different grips.
Different grips.
It's like the Diablo leaderboards, different classes and different party configurations.
You heard him. You heard him, boys. Oh, man.
You can even go into 2-player mode with the double Dutch rudder.
Double Dutch rudder. Of course.
See? See?
Of course. Just 2 guys helping each other out. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I do plan on eventually getting my post level 20 character shit back together. Right now Java is like level 23, but the build is terrible. So I'm looking at some other alternatives for Java post level 20 that may or may not be useful. But I'd like to knock out this series really quick on YouTube before I get carried away. That's probably what's going to happen, Beef. I'm probably just going to make an Inquisitive. Oh, just do Samius 1 as a level 30 Inquisitive? That's really tempted.
Come grind Destiny points of Trog Brill.
See, that's just it. That's the big thing, is that JavaBot's already got all that stuff done, I think.
Speaking of people that came over, I saw somebody who had the presence of mind to name their character Obi. And presumably have another Obi on the live server.
Oh yeah.
I think you see where I'm going with that.
So Obi-Wan and Obi-2.
Obi-Wan. Yep. I thought that was clever.
That is clever.
So
what happens per se if I make another Samius on the hardcore server and then that one transfers over? So that's
there's
Samius
a dash
2?
one dash one.
-1, really?
There was you had a limited window where you could end up making like a -1 etc.
Oh,
the point where
because
you could
make
conceivably
a new character and transfer it over for free.
Where you could conceivably break their database, maybe.
That's funny.
I don't know what happened if you eventually hit the limit of the field with the number of -1s. I kind of wanted to do it, but I also kind of didn't.
Wanted to have time to like do other things. That's
like
funny.
Be on the leaderboard of the iWing.
Well, there you go. I mean, that takes time and commitment every day.
Dedication. I mean, it's like training for a marathon, man.
That's true. All right, let us. Speaking of wanking and marathon, let's have sexual relations with this chicken, aka Vaughn 1.
All right. Boring conversation mode activated.
Boring conversation mode activated. Greetings and salutations, everyone. Welcome to another... Oh, there's a beef. Hi. Welcome to another Road Most Followed video here. We're going to do a 2-part series on the Vaughn series here. Probably long-term it'll turn into a 3-part series because we'll probably do Vaughn 5 and 6. We'll try to find a raid group or something at some point. But for now, we're going to do 1, which is going to be, I think we decided Vaughn 1 and Vaughn 3. And then we'll do 2, which will be 2 and 4. Looks like Beef is going to race us. He's racing us. Can I get mine done before he gets his done? I don't know. Probably not.
Is he the same level? Or is he big?
He's big.
This looks like the underground highway to Tharask Arena. If you
We'll get
search
started.
George's contact, keep your guard up. The spectators may not be friendly.
Bring all this trash with us. Those little spectator guys I'm not as worried about. As some of these other guys. They'll basically die in a firewall if I cast one here. Yoink. Really just have to worry about random champ. Now, fun fact. Come in here, talk to this guy. Pay him some gold. Get some experience. Be done. Yay us. Yay. It was pretty hilarious.
Can't you fight him for more?
I don't honestly know if you get more. I think it's the same, but you don't get the password. So, I would rather get the password and not have to have a crazy fight that could accidentally murder me.
What?
Right?
The gates of
I know, doesn't that seem crazy?
Ahead, guarded by a
Right,
well-drilled
collectible
but
behind the
host of trollish enforcers.
little hole there. I like to go to the right. If you go right, you can avoid the extra optional of
the main event.
the drunken ogres. But we are going to go ahead and knock out the drunken ogres anyway because, you know, road most followed. We gotta clear these optionals. The other thing, I'm going to go ahead and put this out there. I don't know if it still works, but you used to be able to. Oh, you still can't. You could jump up here on this little corner of the building.
Jumping on things.
In the event that you, for some reason, need to jump away from these ogres to heal, there's a place that you can do that. Then we're going to get roast halfling. If you don't have the password, then you have to fight all these trolls for no value. No value is
But
negative value.
you get to fight trolls.
No value is negative value.
The value says
If it was a don't have the password and get an extra 500 experience points, then I would give them the wrong password.
so much value.
No value. Negative value.
Aw.
We're all about the value added, not the value lost by doing extra stuff.
Combat though.
Combat is useful.
Murder. I mean,
Well, is it self-defense at this point though? I just came to watch a gladiatorial match as a helper.
look, if you go to the gladiator match and you don't expect to get into a random fight, it's like going to a hockey game. Except they didn't have hockey, they had gladiators.
Yeah,
You expected to get into a fight at the gladiator match. That's the thing. Guaranteed.
I don't think so. I don't think you think
Guaranteed.
you planned on getting into the ring with the gladiators when you went to the
Not like that. It's like in the stands.
Well, there's a little bit different. They're putting me in the gladiator pit.
Well, yeah, but that's like signing up to fight. But like you go in the stands, like a hockey game.
You feel like you just randomly fight people in a hockey game?
Yes.
I think you're drunk, son.
I-
It's not like a
I've been to
mosh
hockey
pit.
It is exactly like a mosh pit.
Man, I feel like
That's-
one of the things we have got to do once I get the bus and I come visit is we've got to go catch some hockey games.
Come see an Avs game. You be ready to fight.
I guess so.
Notice words etched above this gate. Ready
All
for
right.
one. Inside, scarred and muscular trolls.
Again, webs, firewalls, shenanigans. Let's get it done. Not a big deal. Again, for those of you who don't know, you can jump up here on top of this little building, Tabrel. Where's your gasp of jumping on top of this?
Oh!
Thank you.
Did you jump on a thing?
Ready for
Thank you.
one.
You can jump on a lot of these things, to be honest.
Trolls wait restlessly.
Come to Canada, where
Facts.
hockey was invented. I would love to go to Canada. It's on my short list for sure.
Rogan, the promoter.
Alright, I also like to put my hireling down here at the bottom of where we zone in at. She just tends to stay out of trouble that way, and then like to kind of stand in this region until the bad guys crop up. I don't like to do pre things. But yeah, I'm definitely, at some point I will be visiting Canada. I'd like to do a summer up in Canada for sure. But I got to get the bus done before that.
You know what they do in Canada?
What do they do in Canada?
Fight.
Play hockey and ice skate.
Fight.
Fight.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, eh? Sorry I punched you.
Oh no! Like, all that goes away when it's hockey time. Like that's all bets are off.
All bets are off.
All you put your poutine down, engage in the fisticuffs.
The horns of fury and the maelstrom
There you go,
forces
folks.
have slain hundreds
No
of
more
their
poutine.
This should be the shortest fight.
Oh, the wife's coming with me in the bus. Don't you worry about that.
She'll be fighting too.
Alright, who can do their best Hang-a-Burger impression?
Hamburger!
So the other day, I forget where I was at a pre-release. That's where I was at. And I threw an boot out there. I don't even remember what we were talking about. And this guy just looked at me like weird. He's like, "Are you Canadian?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he looks at me and he goes, "A boot?" I go, "Oh." It's just something I say sometimes.
It's time for an all-out showdown. Fresh fighters from all 4 teams have armed themselves for
I don't even... I mean, I do know why.
their hordes are
But it's the same thing, like, I also use mate. I don't know. I end up picking up these words from the various TV shows that I watch that are international programs, and I just, like, work them into my day-to-day.
I'm going to tell the Canadians about your cultural appropriation of a boot.
Okay, so... Oh, man, we're done with it. This video is going to be, all of a sudden, not as public-friendly as usual. So a friend of mine, Marshila Rockwell, she actually wrote the Dungeons & Dragons novels, the DDO books. Sorry, not Dungeons & Dragons, the DDO books. She posted this big, long thread earlier today about cultural appropriation and the Chiefs, because the Chiefs just made it into the Super Bowl for the first time in like 50 years. And I feel like cultural appropriation is a way of saying, this is something we think is really awesome about your culture. We want to do it too. So like, if you're appropriating something in someone else's culture, that's just a way of saying we admire it and we're going. In this case, she was talking specifically about the Chiefs and Native American appropriation. And I understand that there's some stuff in there, right? There's definitely some history, and people can feel about it however they feel about. But keep in mind, at the same time, that people are also saying, hey, this was something that we all want to remember, and for various reasons. And they believe that, like, for example, the Chiefs, or like the Apache helicopter, or the Tomahawk missile, etc., etc. Like, these are things that people remember for their awesome abilities, and particularly like fighting, which is why the Chiefs happen to be called the Chiefs. And those things, like the Apache helicopter, is an outstanding warrior vehicle, right? And that's the reason why they named it that. It's not like it's an honor, and yes, it is cultural appropriation in the sense that you're taking something from another culture and you're saying, let's make this part of my culture too. But like, isn't that the idea? Is like, hey, I think your thing is awesome. Shouldn't we all share your awesome thing?
Depends on the spirit of the thing, right?
It does, 100%, 1,000%. But I also feel like at the same time, like, if you're taking a different meaning, or you're saying, hey, I feel like that's not being used that way. I'm like, come on, man. Try to give people a benefit of a doubt, right? Give it, like, try. You know? How many of you remember the War of 1812? In fact, I was talking about the War of 1812 not super long ago. Like, a few months ago. We were talking about it.
Oh, we're gonna hear about the War of 1812 again. This old rag.
Oh, man. Alright, so that was Vaughn 1. Pretty straightforward. Little quest chain.
You gonna get all the chests?
I did get all the chests.
The little side chest with the key?
I did. I didn't talk about them, but I did get them.
You should talk about the key.
I should have talked about the key. Meanwhile, let's move it to Vaughn 3 instead. So, this is another one of the rare quests that
It's not in order.
I know, I'm not doing them in order. I literally talked about it. I want to keep the videos a little bit shorter, so we're going to do 1 and then 3, and then we'll do 2 and 4. So anyway, this is one of the rare areas that you can use your horsey, which I think is pretty sweet. I'm pretty much all about opportunities to use my horsey. Oh, we got a Reaper back there. This could get ugly. Another Reaper back there. This might be the time. This might be the time I overextended and I didn't summon my hireling. Alright, we better stop and clear some shenanigans here. I feel like double Reaper is the bad news bears.
That where it gets real?
Yeah. Especially since I think both of them are Fear Reapers. Oh man, we have 8 dots. We're taking 54 points of damage a dot. Alright, let's fire off these heal scrolls. Go, 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 heal scrolls. Alright. Oh, the dots are over. Alright. Whew, that was close. Fire off a couple more of these heal scrolls. Look at all these guys raising their smelly armpits at us. Get another firewall out here. Alright, I want to tighten these firewalls up if I can. Alright, we lowered the dungeon alert back down from orange to no alert. That was a pretty big series of Reaper screams there. Maybe that's just a little too much. Maybe we'll clear a little bit. Now there won't be any more Reapers. We could have just zerged the rest of the way. Put your arms down. The war's over. Exactly. Nobody needs to see that. Nobody needs to see that. Alright, so this quest typically is a quest that people just, like, in my opinion, move through pretty quickly, pretty efficiently. There's not a lot to it outside of the norm. There's an optional here to break their overlords, which I think is down in this little cave here. Boink. There we go. Also, there happens to be the shrine over there in case you need the shrine. I guess we'll get this Skyborn because he's already up here. And this Pandemonium, same reason. But if you need the shrine, there's a shrine over there. But it's not really that much to this quest. Again, except for it's one of the few places you can ride your horse. Which is pretty sweet. Unless, of course, you run into mono Fear Reapers, in which case then you knocked off your high horse pretty fast by Reaper dots.
So I think you should be able to name your horsey.
I do too. I don't know why they don't have a name slot there. Alright, so before we go around this corner, we're gonna get our Death Ward. This guy, if he's here, likes to... The red name is here. He likes to give neg levels, in my opinion. So it can be a little bit troublesome. Oh, we found a Plague Reaper, huh? Oh no, that Plague Reaper just got in the water and leashed. Plague Reapers can fly though. They can't be tripped because they fly. How did they fall in the water and leash? That's
You can trip a Reaper.
shenanigans. Not according to the wiki.
They stop moving and doing stuff when you hit them with the trip.
Well, according to the wiki,
They don't
they
wanna
cannot be
trip,
tripped.
I don't know, man. I hit them with the dog trips and they stop doing stuff. Stop wiggling, stop moving, stop casting. People are taking improved trip. I think they could be tripped.
Okay. Well, I'm just going with what the wiki says, so because I was literally reading about them yesterday for a viewer.
A group of drow
Reapers are fun. They can be. Reapers can be interesting. We were discussing the fact that the randomness is one of the ways that actually adds challenge to the game, and Reapers are a great way to add challenge to the game because they are so random. Same thing with champions, in my humble opinion. Alright, so you may have noticed, let's actually go back here for 1 second. On this little rock area, I guess we should talk about this before we even go further than that. You pull this lever, and a few seconds later this door opens. Roughly the same time this door opens, this trap has like a heartbeat, and then the trap starts going off. So a trick is to basically push up against running or auto run against the door, and have somebody who's brave pull the lever and then start auto running through. The other option, of course, is to nobody does that. People stay back here and shoot everything, and then your rogue has to make it through the trap and disarm these trap boxes. Not that big of a deal most of the time, unless there happens to be a named here, in which case then that named could be problematic for the run through. Speaking of names, there can also be a named troll in this room. It doesn't look like that happens to be a problem this run, but one of the things about the named at either of those two spawns here at the beginning, I guess technically there's three, but the last two that we talked about, is if they were to have a chest with them, that chest would be trapped. You would want to check for traps before you looted that check box, that box. All right. Now, when you pull this lever, scorpions will spawn behind you. I tend to ignore that and just run past all this stuff. For a couple reasons. One, it gives me something to do while I wait for the Marut to show up and activate the next fight. And two, I don't like having the drow kind of perched up on top shooting at me. I know you can range them. I also know that with a little bit of jump and a little bit of featherfall, you can actually jump up there and take the fights to them. But they're monsters that can be avoided unless I need to take that shrine, in which case then I'll worry about them. But unless I need to take the shrine, might as well just get rid of it and be done. That guy's a champion. You shoot a pile of webs at them. Webs are fine. Like, you can do things to distract them or whatever, but I'd rather just run away from them and not engage. Obviously, a trap here. If you cannot disable this trap, you can have your hireling run in. It's no big. Hirelings love pulling levers, especially level 3 gold seal hirelings like Ellery. She loves it. Makes her day. Gives her meaning in life. Once you reach the point where her healing is less than optimal. Right, there'll be a little chest back here. That chest will spawn some scorpions. So we're gonna web and firewall just to try to keep them above ground so we can take them out. Something that people don't realize is that there will be some respawns basically once you cross this point, or spawns behind you because they haven't spawned yet. So keep an eye out. They'll come walking up. There they are, right there. A couple of ruffians. Come here, Stinky. Huh. Well, that's not where I meant to put my sticky white stuff, but I guess it'll do. Guess it'll do.
You stand amidst a scene of terrible slaughter. The inevitable has already passed this way. You see signs of ancient architecture in the halls ahead. Vale's tribe must be living in the ruins of an older civilization.
Do you think the reason why dwarf clerics cast the light beam spells is because they're so much more effective on their dwarf or their drow allies?
Maybe.
So it's like a way to like extra punish them. Like, you don't like light beams in the eyes, so die, die, die. We're going to get this optional around the corner. Ah, excellent. Carnage Reaper and... Is it a Famine Reaper? The other Reaper I saw? It was, in fact, a Famine Reaper. Excellent. Let's have our helper walk down here just a little bit. That could have went worse. Hey, and our helper, our heal person, our helper. Hey, helper! I found the word. Our helper decided to actually cast a heal spell on us, and that's precious. I'm getting tired. For someone who slept until 5 o'clock this afternoon because he didn't go to sleep until 6 o'clock this morning, I am still beat. Alright, we are going to take a slightly alternate way through here. This tunnel basically splits off in a couple different directions, but they both end up basically in the same spot. Unless you go left and left again, in which case then there's a dead end with a collectible in it. So, collectible. Otherwise you basically end up in the same spot when you come back out and you walk around. Alright, we're gonna go jump down this hole and break all these sweet breakables. I've talked about before, but I'm not a big breakable guy. I don't do breakables in every quest and yada yada yada. But Vaughn 3 is one of the ones. Yeah, Vaughn 3 is one of the ones that I do stop and I break the things. There's only a few places where you have to actually break stuff, and they're all in nice big clusters, so it's easy to like jump down and do all the breaking. Like, look at this. We ransacked basically breaking that. There's what, 2 barrels or whatever along the way, and then that room essentially, where we ransacked the quest already. You can't get much better than that. There we go. Those bolts did finally. Those bolts did finally leave my crossbow and actually hit the bad man. Alright, up next, Beholder Rooms. This is one of the places that Tobrel likes to talk about how he used to be a hero. Tobrel, you want to go on about being a hero in the Beholder Room?
Oh, back in the day, classic. We charged into this room, and my two-handed paladin of power attack killed 4.5 beholders before he was brought low by the deadly eye stalks.
That's not bad. It's not bad at all. You've been working on
We
it.
entered a new section of the caves.
Working on your old man stories.
Never heard of a beholder
Alright, so a lot of people will take the time
or anyone
to
else.
like
Sure to
Death
offend
Ward and
or
put on your
fails
trinket,
from
stuff like that. I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm just going to run through and hit the murder button. Ooh, there's a scary guy actually. We might spend a little bit more time on the scary version. So the named guy is a light bearer. Oh, never mind. He wasn't that scary.
I don't have to cast buffs. Ding.
Well, I didn't. We did not. Don't buff before beholders. You can buff before beholders. Just realize that unless you are very, very quick at slaughtering beholders, you're probably going to get debuffed.
Or your pale lavender or other spell absorption items, like the one you got from Thrinnell.
Correct. Well, I didn't get it in Thrinnell when I would have gotten Thrinnell. But that's what I mentioned with the Pale Lavalier and your Death Ward. You can use those things to give yourself a little extra protection.
Yep. Pale lavender at 5. The little cloak also 5-ish.
Yeah, 5. And it does help a little bit. Being Dispelled takes numerous charges off your cloaks and your spell absorption items. So, you may
Well,
have to...
the beholder eye takes none. The spells do take some.
I feel like Being Dispelled takes like 3 charges generally.
I'm not sure on
From
this
the
spell,
big Beholder Eye.
but the eyeball looking at you takes none.
Alright. I'm looking at one more. Must be around this corner here. So there's 3 runes that you have to hit to be able to move on. You don't actually have to kill the beholders to get through, but it certainly makes it easier. A lot of people do go back after the beholder fight and shrine. I'm not one of those people. So there's a lot of different ways to quote-unquote do this part. The easiest supposedly is you walk forward and then turn around like that, just right there. I tend to jump out forward and try not to hit this down spipe and then feather fall around. However it's easiest for you, it generally will involve some sort of feather fall to be able to get over here and get this sweet optional experience. Again, remember Iron Golems heal from fire. So my ability to do all sorts of extra fire damage is really helping me there.
A geyser blasts water into the air nearby.
Boop.
It looks powerful enough to lift a heavy weight.
Come on. Up, let's go. Why are we getting like this lag to the bottom thing? There we go.
Oh man, that was rough.
For some reason, for my client in particular, like going vertically is always a real struggle.
I've had problems there, but I haven't seen it quite that bad as what you just had. It had to be bad though. Hey, you can gust of wind that cloud away.
You could,
Hey.
which I even took the Gust of Wind spell just in
I
case
saw it on
was
your bar.
problematic.
I thought about it and saw it on your bar.
That's right. That's why I took it. We don't need to break these breakables, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, you do. They're breakable, man.
I don't break all the breakables. We already got
How are you
Ransack.
gonna... Look,
We already had Ransack. I was done breaking breakables.
how are you gonna get all the rupees if you don't break the pots? Okay?
Well, considering I've
You
watched
didn't
you
think
play
this through, did you?
lag question mark, it's a vertical movement thing. It happens to me in a lot of the quests where you have to get vertically thrown in the air. I think it's just there's something about different clients that it matters different amounts.
So how are you gonna take on this particular part?
I walked around the corner and I shot all the monsters.
I figure this is an opportunity to discuss various strategies for
Yeah, I mean you
this
can
little choke point here.
you can get crazy about it. Like you can stay way back. You can range things. You can throw a firewall in this doorway. But at the end of the day, just run in there and kill the beholder, kill the other guys.
Maximum effort.
I did pull out the other two guys and kill the beholder last. Some people have issues with that. I don't know. It's kind of all the same
There's
to me.
a side you're supposed to fight beholders on. I don't remember what it is because the ice stalks only hit certain.
Well, the eye stalks are supposed to be all the way around, but the big eye
there was-
is not.
There was a person that actually figured out that DDO modeled the ice stalks only being able to aim certain ways.
Yeah, that could be true.
Really though, they also don't have a whole lot of hit points.
Just kill them. They're like a little more than 1,000 hit points. Oh, I do love your range stun, Marut. You're the best. Thunder punched.
I feel like I should have started a Vaughn 3 while you were Vaughn.
Alright, everybody. Well, that was Vaughn 3. Let's see. It took us 18 minutes for 45,856 experience. AKA very, very good for the rate of return. And 503 Reaper experience. So you don't want to skip Vaughn 3. Even when you add in the time for the pre-quest, it's still one of the more efficient quests in Dungeons and Dragons. You'll, in fact, whenever they have like bonus Reaper experience or bonus Epic experience weekends, etc., people run through this like crazy. So we'll end up doing part 2 of this video series a little bit later, knocking out Vaughn 2 and Vaughn 4. So stick it with us here at youtube.com/SamusGarobo for more. I really appreciate it. Again, if you have an opportunity to hit the like, subscribe, follow buttons, please do. All right, everybody, have a great time. We'll see you again real soon. Toodles. All right. Am I going to do spies? I could do spies if people would like to do spies. I have time for like one more video. I'm going to try to get back to bed at a semi-reasonable time tonight, although I doubt it's going to happen. I'm probably just in quote-unquote night mode for this week, I guess. I don't know. I got things to do. I can't be staying up until like 6 in the morning. That's probably what's going to happen. Not going to cast that. I'm not going to... Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to cast any of those things. I might cast these. So that's why we're hanging on to those scrolls. But yeah, if people would rather see Spies in the House, I can do a Spies in the House first. But I was actually going to skip it for Next Life. We're already level 11, so...
Are you still recording?
No, I signed off for that video. I do plan on doing one more recording. So if chat would like to see spies, I can go do a spies. If people want to see the Vaughn 2 and Vaughn 3, I'll go do those instead. Kind of let chat have some input. I might do a quick minute ad while I go grab, or a 30-second ad while I go grab something to drink, though, if that's cool.
Man, this timing on this is all over the place.
Timing on what's over the place?
Your bio.
My bio.
Your little expedition. Like first it was 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how long to hit the ad for. Like, I don't think it'll take me a whole minute to go back and get a can of seltzer water out of the refrigerator. So, I'll be right back. 30 seconds.
Nope, not. It's gonna take forever. It'll take ages. A more clever person would have timed this. But here we are. Waiting. Years. I remember back when Samius first took his break. Oh, it was several years ago. Oh, he said 30 seconds. But in fact, it took him 17 years, 30 seconds. That's exactly how long it took. We waited for a while. We sent help as well. But eventually, we just had to wait. All we could do. And then he finally returned.
I feel like I should have ran it for a minute and took a piss while I was at it.
Finally, he's back.
Finally, huh? Was I gone that long? Did you miss me that much?
With the modern miracle of wireless headsets, he could go to the toilet.
True. That's true, I could. Oh, man. It is raining pretty nastily outside. Alright.
Did you get your drink from outside?
Well, it's in the garage.
It's
Apparently, Remington drank the last one that was in the refrigerator.
blasphemy!
So, why am I walking like a heathen? I can ride my pony. Like a beautiful creature. What? You can't even make crossbow bolts on your pony? That's shenanigans, sir.
We had a riveting discussion of your bio.
Yeah? Alright. So by popular request, we'll do a quick spies in the house. Yeah, pretty good. Can't use wings on your pony either. Yeah, that's shenanigans too.
But you're not riding your pony.
I just wish that it would turn the Artificer rune arm off. So. Alright, you ready to go back to boring mode? You got something fun to say?
No, I'm gonna hit bed. I should have gone to bed ages ago.
Oh yeah, probably. You're old and you're trying to like
Very
presentable.
old.
trying to be presentable for work stuff.
Oh,
Hey, speaking of work
so
stuff
as
real
you
quick,
are.
how's that going? Any reasonable nibbles?
American Airlines.
Yeah, really?
It'd be in Dallas.
That's good. Dallas has got a lot of really great things going for it.
It's in Texas, though.
Right, which is one of the great things it's got going about it.
Texas is full of Texans.
It is, which again is another one of the great things about it. It's also full of Californians, which is part of the reason it's kind of falling apart a little bit.
I mean, What am I gonna do? Wear my cowboy hat there?
I mean, you could. Or you could crawl into the even tighter jeans than you normally wear and be very popular with the MILFs like you already are.
Wear my cowboy hat and Wranglers and carry lots of firearms and grenades and
So how's that different
Yeah.
than your regular life?
have a lot of barbecue and wings. And
The
actually,
difference
that's
is instead
good.
when you accidentally flash your concealed carry to a chick, instead of being scared, she'll be like, "Oh, what is that?" And she'll want you to see it.
Yeah,
Popular
but
with
that's
the
gonna-
MILFs. Tobrell's very
It's gonna
popular with the MILF category there on his Grinder account.
It's gonna be fucking worse than like your hoodie and you never get it back. Like at least those are cheap.
I think you'll get your firearm back.
She's gonna be like running around wearing my hoodie and my firearm. Like
I think you'll get
after
your
the first
firearm
6 or
back.
7, I'm gonna be running low on firearms.
Well, fortuitously, your brother can always get you more firearms. Hey, Melanie, welcome to the stream. All right, buddy, get some sleep. I don't know. I like the idea personally. I think that might be a lovely area for you, actually. And
Place with
Dallas
no
and
income
Houston
tax.
are pretty purple, so
Warm weather. I don't know how it's about Texas.
warm weather. Dallas is not that far away from the ocean. A couple of hours, right?
What am I gonna do in the ocean? There's sharks in there.
Not that close. I mean, there probably are some, but not that close. Also, they like to do magic GPs in Dallas, so now I'll have somebody to like go see, go stay at. You'll be
Where is
relatively
Rack
close to
left
Fort
over?
Worth. You're probably like, let's see, Houston is the one that's way close, but you're only probably still like less than 2 hours away from the Gulf of Mexico. There's all sorts of national forests all around.
You must
like-
be easily distracted or something.
Yeah, it's not far.
With giants. Everyone's got like 12 names online. It's hard to tell who this guy is. Person is.
And you'll be you'll still be far enough away from Kansas that it'll be inconvenient for you to come visit, but far enough, like close enough though, if you had to for an emergency, you could either fly to Kansas City or you could drive. And it's a relatively short, like, straight shot.
I have half a wild hair. Take a road trip in the not too distant future.
You should totally do it. Why are we talking about firearms? Because Tobrell is currently between jobs, and we were looking
Odd
at
segue into it.
looking for one of the nibbles that he has at his disposal is in Texas, and everybody in Texas is armed, so bam to bam to bam to bam. That's how we get there. It's a little bit of a to B to Z for sure.
Well, as Sun Tzu once said, stay strapped or get clapped.
I don't think that was Sun Tzu. All right,
For
buddy,
sure was.
get out of
There's
here.
a
and have
meme and
good
everything.
night. People want to know what you're good at, Tobrell. It's not making
my
jokes.
I'm the best at what I do.
And people would like to know what that is. Because if I say men one more time, I think somebody might actually think that you're good at doing men, and I'm not sure you're good at that.
If I put my mind to it, I could do it.
That's probably true. Classic Sun Tzu. Oh man, you guys are terrible. Don't encourage Tobrell. I will, however, say if you're looking for somebody else to really bore you on Twitch, go over to twitch.tv/Tobrell, Tobril, and give him a follow as well. He likes to do really exciting streams like cleaning out his TR cache and...
That still has the most views out of all my videos. All my recent videos.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
My old videos had thousands of views, but that was like when I was good at the game.
I don't have any videos over over like 200 views right now. I think they're back over 300 views in a long time. But I don't do a very good job of advertising them like on places. I need to do a little better.
Gotta tweet them businesses.
What states are you allowed to be armed in? All of them.
Every state.
Now, what states have taken some crazy laws and like pushed them to the max? You have things like Colorado, New York, Illinois. Virginia's trying to do some crazy stuff. So like, there's a lot of states that are doing some things. Really? That sounds strange. What sounds strange, Melanie? Being armed or not being armed? Because, man, I feel like this is a conversation that's going to keep me from starting my video on time. But there's a real sense of culture in America for a lot of people to have the right to self-protection. Like, everyone has the right to live, correct? Which essentially means everyone has the right to defend themselves. Which means you should have the opportunity to defend yourself with whatever it is you feel the most comfortable to defend yourself with. So, here in America, that means a firearm, typically. Some people don't feel comfortable using a firearm, so they can use a taser or a knife or 2 inches is what Beef is trying to say. The most you can have is 2 inches of knife blade. So again, it kind of depends on what you're comfortable with and what you feel like you need to guarantee your safety of yourself, your property, and those you care about / bystanders. Recently, there's been a series of like church shootings where you've had a series of men. Typically, I don't think of any of the church shootings lately have had female shooters, but typically men that have responded immediately to help save lives. We've had, I think, 3 in the last year or so. I thought in the USA it's a problem to be armed, like someone or police, they might shoot you. So you might get the police
Depends if you're white.
That's not true. You might get the police stop by and ask you what you're doing. Depends on what's going on. I knew a guy who wore his pistol. Several guys, actually. They wear their pistol all the time. And sometimes they get stopped and ask what's going on. And they just like, hey, I'm just, Second Amendment. And they're like, okay, well, we appreciate it if you could, not loiter in this area. We're getting complaints or whatever. And sometimes that's a problem and sometimes it's not. If the police get a call like, hey, there's a guy sitting out on a bench in front of my business and he's got a gun on him and I'm a little bit concerned he's been there for 30 minutes. The police can go by and say, hey, maybe you should, we're getting a complaint from this business owner. Would you mind moving on? But a lot of states, that culture is totally different.
Texas, for example.
I remember there's a classic scene in, Miss Congeniality, I think, where Sandra Bullock's character is up and she sees a gun and she screams gun and like charges somebody and they're like, this is Texas, everybody's got guns. Well, that's just how it is. Like, it's part of the culture. Canada, you can't open carry anything. I believe that's mostly true. I know that some of your like caliber rifles you can carry, as long as you are in the process of hunting. I think you need some sort of permit. Two of the different YouTubers that I watch are hunters, Canadian hunters, and they talked about it once or twice. So, I mean, again, it's it's the First Amendment says you have the right to speak your mind, and the Second Amendment says that you have the right to defend your life. But also you have the responsibility to make sure your government doesn't go tyrannical, which is something that the people who wrote the Constitution just dealt with the fact that they had a long bloody war from what they perceived to be a tyrannical government, trying to do things like disarm them, give them unreasonable taxation without having a say in their government, etc., etc. But because we live in a state republic, each state can kind of enforce laws around things, so it gets a little weird. If you carry, you need to show it or concealed. So again, it varies from state to state. Some places, you can. It's very easy to carry concealed. In some places, you have to prove that there's a threat for you to carry concealed. Like they have in some states, there's as much as 60-day waiting for like handguns. So like if a woman feels like she's being stalked, and maybe there's a scenario where there's an attempted rape and she manages to fight this person off, or it gets interrupted or something, and now that woman feels unsafe. Now she has to wait 2 months before she can get a firearm legally. Like some of this stuff I kind of worry about here. Does anyone know what the most popular server is? You used to play on Kyber and it seems dead. So that whatever the current default is the most popular. I think right now the default is currently set for Cannith. So that'll have the biggest population. Cannith also has carry concealed. I've heard that somewhere. I've heard that before.
Actually, most of Eberron, people are just walking around the streets with all kinds of weapons. People walk around with crossbows and swords.
A lot of that's open carry, though.
They're walking around like warlocks, stances and stuff. Like it's
right.
crazy.
And look how much crime there's in Eberron. Almost none.
Like, I mean, some.
All right.
Only in some of the instances. No crime on the streets.
That's correct. No crime on the streets. Does it cost a lot to switch characters to a different server? I think there's a flat turbine or DDO point cost now.
Like 20 or 30 or something, or 20?
I think it's 30.
It's somewhere in that realm. Beef probably has it right.
I feel like it's...
And if it's points, I guess that kind of depends on if you
can do it with points.
Bonus points purchase or not. As far as dollars, US dollars. It's like 5 million Canadian dollars.
Yeah, it's like equivalent to $25, 2,495 points per character according to the wiki. Alright, kids. Well, shall we start this Spies in the House quest and get it knocked out so I can wrap up the stream? So, Brel, you have a good night, buddy. Think about the great state of Texas. You would see a lot more of me in Texas, I think, than you will in some other states. You'll see me a lot in Colorado, but you see me a lot more in Texas, probably.
Just as a reminder of the great philosopher Sun Tzu.
It's true. All right, well, let's knock out this Spies in the House, and by popular request, we'll do our Spies in the House video. All right, everyone, greetings and salutations, and welcome once again to the Road Most Traveled. My name is Samius, and we're recording Spies in the House. Remember, this is part of our YouTube series for explaining everyone as a walkthrough how to do the quest, but also record these live on twitch.tv/SamusGarobo. And even though I'm a little bit over level and I was kind of planning on saving this, it has been requested by the chat that I knock out a Spies in the House. So here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Alright, as always, I'm going to summon my helper, which once again will take the place of drinking a bunch of extra potions and spamming a bunch of extra heal scrolls. So I like to just willy-nilly fall down this first encounter here and basically not worry about buffing until I have to after the fact. Oh, hello, Plague Reaper, spawning behind me. See you. Alright, so something to keep in mind is that underwater action is pretty useful in this quest, at least if you're the trapper. If you're not the trapper, then you don't have to worry about it quite so much. Couple of trap boxes here and there. Again, relying on the inquisitive power to auto search out right this minute, but you can definitely take the time to search these boxes out on your own. I thought there's one more on the ground, but maybe there's not. Worm. Alright, we're going to switch to our undead killing stick, or stick thrower, aka our crossbow here. People want to know if it's the road most traveled or the road most taken. Both? I don't know what I actually call it in the series. I think it's the road most taken. Actually pull up my YouTube channel and check while we're running through here what I actually called it. And again, you can check out these videos. I am a little bit behind. I think I have something like 9 or 12 videos to upload in the next couple of days. I'll try to do them tonight, but they take a really long time actually to upload and process the videos. Hey, stop shooting at me. Road most traveled is what I called it. The road most traveled. The reason why we're doing it this way, and with that title in particular, is that these are kind of the quests that I do the most, generally, and then, or the quests that I've been working on trying to learn more of. And then what I'm going to do is I'll start showing off the quests that I don't do that often. So, like, for example, obviously you see all the quests that I skipped. So what I will do when before I TR is I will take a screenshot of all of the quest log, and then I'll focus on the quests that I skipped this life on my next life and try to kind of demonstrate these other quests instead. So that will be the road least taken. Alright. Now, there's a lot of different ways to do this. There's a lot of different jumps. I'm going to show you my way. If I'm doing something in a way that you don't do it, you're welcome to share with me in the chat on how you do it, and I'll do my best to describe it and or replicate it. But this is how I tend to do this now, and it seems to be the easiest way for me. It may not, your results may vary. So I turn this wheel one notch, and then I just get hurled across the room. And then I just fall down here, I get hurled across the room, and I don't worry about anything else. This, for me, seems to work extremely well. I don't have to worry about jumping or anything crazily. It just generally works for me. Why can I not get stood on this barrel today? Hey, Fear Reaper. Did I never cast my shield spell? I never did. Alright, let's cast protection. I need to get in the habit of firing off protections more often anyway, probably. Alright, we'll get our cleric ready to play potions for us. Come on. So again, this is me drinking a potion, so I don't have to spend extra potions, extra time drinking healing pots, or basically oh, I overshot. Ugh, back up there. Getting flung around the quest is definitely one of the problems that my client tends to have. If I had... Come on. There we go. If I had a leap or a wing or something, I would just wing over or leap over myself, but I don't, so we'll have to use these shortcuts. There should be one more caster around. There he is. He likes to hide at the bottom. We can rescue this guy, I assume, or short-haired chick.
Runs off across the bridge and disappears in the pit.
This trap box right here is like a lightning and sorry, I'm trying to lightning and slick grease. Haha, got it. Grease trap. And by disabling that, that's also got like air jets that try to push you down. So you can disable that, or if you have a freedom of movement item, you can drink that and kind of run through. You will still have to deal with the lightning damage, but you can manipulate through there. The real question is, do I remember where this chest is? Control panel is blocked by what? What is blocked it? Is it my hands? Can my hand block my hands from the control panel? Alright, it's like right. It's up there, right? Take a look for it here in a second. It just blocks. No, there's definitely... My hand is definitely the problem. Alright, we still got our Featherfall on. There's a chest right there. And we can, like, skip over. I think it's this way. No, it's not that way. Maybe it's just straight across. It's not me. Does everybody hand have a hard time? I cannot for the life of me remember how to get up there. It's been such a long time since I've tried to get that chest. I don't even know if I remember how to get it. It's not just jump straight across, is it? That would just be ridiculous. Oh, nope. Am I not jumped? I thought I was jumped. Cast jump. We'll try one more time. If not, then I don't remember how to get up here. I thought you just jumped over to it. Roar! Okay, it is. You just jump over to it. How ridiculous. Apparently I just did not have enough jump on me. Yeah, I couldn't jump into either one of these directions. I tried and it wouldn't let me. From over here anyway. That's good. Hold his lever. Shoot this guy in the face. 3 per sec.
You hear a prisoner's voice calling out to you.
There's usually like a guy sticking around this corner, but he must have ran out already. Open the levers so they can walk out. You're free! You did it!
Down the tunnel, back to the ladder, and disappears from sight.
Pull this valve so we can reach the treasure chest and get the loot out from it. Yay! It's free! Alright, so I'm going to again show you how I do it. It's not the right way, it is not anything special, but this is again how I do it. I'll just jump over and then I'll switch to my absorption item and I'll run through. This gets me over here. You can run across the outside and I'll demonstrate how to do that. I know. But you can run around any of these places out here. But we don't talk about things that are not intended.
Hear a fell voice whispering
Okay, so you can go around the back way here,
followed by the clattering of a beating
or you can go up the ladder. Either way, you're going to have to deal with most of the shenanigans. So it's whichever way you prefer. I like to go up the ladder. Was my preferred method here. And then if you're ranged and you can deal with those guys in advance, I prefer that. Where'd that guy go? I didn't see that red name at all, did you guys?
You hear a metal portcullis slide open in the distance.
There he is. I was looking for you.
the ground. Hear frantic footsteps, grinding of metal gears and chains.
Rah! Shoot my fire at you. Run, brother. Whenever you see something like that, you have to try your best Hulk Hogan impression. I feel like that's an unspoken rule of DDO. Alright, over here is the path to the shrine and stuff. You don't have to go that way. You'll like there's a valve in here that you do not have to pull. You might think you have to pull it, but you do not. So there's no real reason to spawn this fight unless you need the shrine for some reason. So 9 times out of 10, I don't even come this way. In fact, it's been so long since I've even been that way, I don't even know if I could remember how to get that way.
You hear a woman's voice asking for help up above.
Oh, you're
Ayla
free.
deftly climbs her way out.
See, that is a
forcing
worthwhile
Ross to look
option.
back and wave her thanks.
Okay. Jump over here. Again, you might notice that I have this skeleton key. It is one of the easiest trinkets to tell different, like tell apart from other trinkets. The mummified bat's also quite good, but it's 2 levels higher. It's level 9 as opposed to level 7. If we could get some high quality trinkets that look different, I would just craft a different thing in general. Stop that. It's gonna hurt my feels. Alright, so now if they're here, you just have to jump up and shoot them. You can't shoot them from below. You have to break the plane that they're on. So you have to be at the same, on the same plane as them. In this situation, it's like an invisible floor that you can fall through. Alright. Now, these things hurt. Okay? They can be pretty mean. And to that regard, whenever possible, I tend to use a hireling to pull them. Whoop. Let's see how she just fell right through. So sometimes it works really well. It depends on how they like to hook point. So that one you can just get. This one I stand on top of. Okay, and that one again I try to have the hireling do. If the hireling won't do it, then I will... let's see, she fell again. She made a really good run without touching the ground. She didn't quite make it. Alright, so again we're going to just jump across, switch off our Featherfall and onto our Spell Absorption item. Switch back to our Featherfall and whoop. And again, same thing, Spell Absorption back on. Now this room, a lot of people will stand in here and fight this room. You do not have to fight this room. This room you can ignore. All this stuff is shenanigans. Hey, just walk up. I was looking around. All that room's shenanigans. You don't have to deal with that. There's a couple of things you can break. Again, I don't know what the break limit is. There should be a trap box in this corner. That I believe is a trap over by the top shrine over here. A couple more things that you can break. And then, one way or another, you just want to walk around to this corner. Over here, don't forget that there's a jump, a gap around the ladder that you have to jump to get to. I know there's like a way to solve this riddle of, hey, I always do whatever, hey, I always do whatever. But I just always click this one. And then if on the off chance that that one's wrong, then I'll do the opposite one. I don't do anything fancy. I'm not that worried about it. And then before you walk too far, smash a couple more breakables. And if I remember correctly, that should be it. Should be all there is to this quest. So we didn't break enough breakables for a thing, and we didn't kill enough monsters for a thing. Oh, I guess there's like 2 boxes over here. I don't know if that would have made a difference or not. Alright, so that's spies in the house. The other big secret is do not take this tunnel because it goes to the harbor. You don't want to go to the harbor. You want to go back to where the quest guy is. And to do that, you recall. Recall back, get the quest, get your end reward. You are victorious. Otherwise, you go to the harbor, you got to run all the way back through the game to get to here. It's not a terrible ring. Not terrible. Alright, everybody. Well, that's how you do Spies in the House. I hope that makes a little bit of sense to you. And if you're still struggling with the jumps and the leaps and stuff, just leave a message on the video and I'll do my best to answer. Again, please hit that, smash that like button, and we'll see you again real soon. Toodles. No problem. No problem. You thought you needed to go that way, you do not. You do not have to go that way. One can simply recall. Alright, kids, so I'm going to go ahead and drop the playlist link here in the chat. Like I said, I'm trying really hard to promote my YouTube channel this year. I'd really like to be able to start making money off of the YouTube ads and stuff. I know it's gonna take a while to grow, but I'm gonna try making it a bigger focus this year. Traditionally, I've considered it more just like an alternate way for people to watch the stream, but I would like to diversify my ad revenue as much as possible. So if you can, please jump over and subscribe. I think it's subscribe. I think it's subscribe on YouTube. Please jump over and subscribe to YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. And if you do like these videos and you do enjoy them, please take a minute and hit the like button on those videos. I would really appreciate it. With that, I think I'm gonna get out of here. Make some lunch, or whatever the second/last meal of the day is going to be. Let's see if there's anybody else streaming. Who else is streaming? Fricky Vrisco? I do not know this guy. Looks like his first language is probably not English. He's playing on Arganesson. Roll DDO Juggalos Carlas. So, when all else fails, send it to the other DDO person. He's the last man standing today, so God bless him. Alright, everybody. As always, I hope you have a wonderful time. I'll do my best, and aka I will be here tomorrow for Follow the Noob. We'll try to do a couple more video recordings. We'll probably do Vaughn 2 and see what else we can get through tomorrow. I believe Shu is back this week. I haven't checked the message boards. Let me just check really quick and make sure that everyone's planning on being here on their normal time. Yeah, I don't see anyone saying that they won't be on. So, Shu should be here in the morning for Shoe Cobbles or whatever his other thing is, and then I'll be here after Jerry. Should be game this Thursday. Good. So, our pen and paper game is on Thursday this week, and it'll be our first session back for the new year. We'll see if we can get the tone set and get back on proper rotation. Let me actually check the calendar. If we go the 5th, or wait, sorry, if we go the 23rd, the 6th, the 20th, yeah, that should be good. That should be a good pacing, I think. All right, everybody, for those of you hanging out with me on Twitch, I do appreciate it, and I hope to see you guys real soon. And again, if you would like to support the stream financially, please consider jumping over to patreon.com/Samius and considering signing up there for as little as $1 a month. $1 a month may not be the end of the world to you. It may be, I don't know. But if it's not and you're enjoying the video, please consider slamming that there. Alright, with that, I'm going to try to raid over and peace out. Toodles. Oh, I guess I still gotta prep the raid. Prepping. Alright, Toodles Part 2. Later.